This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. High school athletes in Wyoming may soon be able to make money off their athletic performance. That's because the Wyoming High School Activities Association is considering a policy that would allow athletes to pursue name, image, and likeness, or NIL, deals under strict parameters in the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the presence of NIL in college athletics has dramatically changed the overall dynamic, elevating those athletes from their previously amateur status.
I spoke to WHSAA Commissioner Trevor Wilson, who tells me he doesn't think it's going to be a significant change in Wyoming at all. At most, he thinks only really the most superstar high school athletes are probably going to be able to take advantage of it. There's statistics that show that of the states that allow it, only 2% of the athletes competing actually take advantage of it, and then less than 1% of that number actually make money from it.
While most schools support the idea, there are a few districts who say the policy is unnecessary. The Activities Association's Board of Directors will consider a first reading of the new rules at its meeting next Tuesday. In her first town hall since she suspended in-person events last month, Wyoming U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman took questions from attendees in Buffalo Thursday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was at the meeting, which he said was conducted much differently than any of Hageman's previous town halls. That was in response to a series of gatherings earlier this year that devolved into unruly shouting matches.
People were asked to register online, go and submit their information so they knew they were Johnson County people coming here. She did take a lot of questions that people submitted, but she didn't take them in person. If they had a question for her, it was written down and put it in a box, and she would pull the questions out of the box. Now, there wasn't any editing of the questions or anything. There was quite a few that were very critical of her, asking her very loaded questions. As the question period went on, some in the crowd did get a little more rowdy, but it wasn't nearly as rowdy as the others. I went to the one in Afton that kind of started it all.
A former Rock Springs English teacher exchanged emails with a high school student about how to access LGBTQ advocacy websites without others noticing. That's what court documents show in the ongoing case of Willie versus Sweetwater County School District No. 1. This is a civil federal case in which a Rock Springs couple is suing the school district on claims that district staffers helped to socially gender transition their daughter behind their backs. Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland has the latest on this story.
The teacher is saying things like, if you get on the Trevor Project website, if you hit escape 3 times, it starts a new tab in case you don't want anyone to know you're browsing that website. The student says something like, my friend got me a binder, which refers to a breast binder to flatten your breasts to make you appear more boyish. And so there's this exchange that verges on sexual orientation, gender identity topics. And so the school district is now saying, don't let these go to trial, because this teacher basically went rogue against our policies of professionalism, and that doesn't go to evidence against the school district.
The trial is set for June 2nd in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, Memorial Day is almost a month away, which means the Montana Department of Transportation and the National Park Service have begun the monumental task of clearing snow off the Beartooth Highway, an iconic scenic byway that straddles the Montana-Wyoming border near Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that MDOT started plowing from the Montana side of U.S. Highway 212 on April 18th.
They're making good progress, and they expect to have their side ready to go by the Memorial Day opening, which is when they prefer to open the Beartooth Highway. Whether or not they can, that's weather dependent, and there's still going to probably be temporary closures of the Beartooth Highway once it's open because it's at an elevation between 5,000 and 10,000 feet.
The Park Service will push from the Wyoming side until the highway is clear and ready to open before the end of May. By the beginning of June, the 69-mile expanse between Cook City and Red Lodge should be completely accessible, weather permitting. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Friday. Read the room, man. NIL for high schoolers? We hate everything about paying college athletes. Now we want to pay high school kids to play ball. Teacher emails advice on LGBTQ websites for transitioning student in Rock Springs. That's not going to go well. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman returns to in-person town halls. The latest wasn't a rodeo, so that's good. Beartooth Pass gets plowed. Charlie Kirk tells UW students to avoid being woke. In other words, go back to sleep. That's good advice for college kids. Go back to bed. These stories and more in the Cowboy State Daily include special guests Carol Osborne, Dr. Osborne, DVM. She'll give us some pet advice on dogs, cats, whatever your pet is. She'll tell you how to keep your pet healthy. Dr. Osborne on the show later. Let's take a quick look at the weather around the region. How's it look for your weekend? Weekend could be salvageable. Today, probably going to be rain in the forecast wherever you are in Wyoming. Chance of rain in Casper, cloudy, breezy, highs 51. Lander 53 with a chance of rain probably late afternoon. Evanston, you'll see rain sometime in the afternoon, probably mostly cloudy, 62. Down there in the southwest part of the state, Rock Springs, rain after 4, sunny, breezy, 63. Pinedale, chance of rain after about 2 p.m. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 54 the high. Afton, 58, chance of rain. DuBois, chance of snow. Rain could mix with snow, mostly cloudy, 44 the high today in DuBois. That's all. Chance of rain in Jackson, probably in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny start to the day with highs in the upper 50s. Thermopolis, chance of rain. Cloudy, 58. Cody, 56, partly sunny. You may escape rain today in Cody. That's good news. Worland as well. Well, that's not going to help Worland grow those Kerr's barley. But, okay. Is it Worland they grow it in or Wheatland? I think it was Worland. Slight chance of rain in Buffalo after 4. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 46. Sheridan, you'll top out around 56. Patchy fog in the morning. Partly sunny in the afternoon. Gillette, chance of rain, cloudy, breezy, highs near 47. Newcastle, fog in the morning. Chance of snow and rain in the afternoon, though, with highs 46. Torrington, down on the plains or up on the high plains. Chance of rain, partly patchy fog before noon, cloudy in Torrington, and rather coolish For Torrington, 45, the high today. Southeast Wyoming and Cheyenne might see foggy areas this morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon, probably developing after 3. Cloudy, 41 today. 47 in Laramie. Patchy fog in the morning and a slight chance of rain afternoon. Rawlins, you may see a sprinkle after 3 o'clock, otherwise partly sunny, breezy. Saratoga, patchy fog in the morning, slight chance of rain afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, 65 in Saratoga. So, yeah, typical unsettled April day. Bags, you're the winner today with a partly sunny 72 in Bags. Yeah. Speaking of Bags, your buddy Bags will be on with the Cowboy State Daily Show on Saturday edition. John Baggett will drop in on the show today and preview what's going on tomorrow for the weekend edition of this Cowboy State Daily Show. John Baggett, your buddy Bags, will be on tomorrow, and he'll pop on the show today and preview what he's got cooked up for you. He's got a lot of special guests. Should be a fun show tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Today's National Good Samaritan Day. These are very unofficial. I get my stuff from the nationaldaycalendar.com. What day is it? It's National DNA Day. So a good day to take your DNA test, I guess. Just don't do it with 23andMe. 23, didn't they announce 23? They announced they were going bankrupt, and all their data is like leaked, or their data is, let's see, why did the FDA shut down 23andMe? Ooh. 23, FDA halted 23andMe's marketing of saliva collection kit because of concerns about the accuracy. Oh, that was back a while ago. I think 23andMe is now defunct or on the way to being defunct. Yeah, here it is. What happens to your data if 23andMe collapses? Shares are falling. They filed for bankruptcy. So your data, can you still access your data? What's going to happen to your data? There's worries about 23andMe. Anyway, pick your, it's National DNA Day. You do have DNA somewhere. Some of us have more advanced DNA than others. I've been to Walmart late at night. All DNA is not equal. National Good Samaritan Day. Do a good deed today. National Canine Veterans Day. So remember that canine and that dog in law enforcement or military. National Canine Veterans Day. Go hug a Belgian Malinois today. Just make sure it's okay with the owner before you do that. Those dogs are highly specialized, and they got a lot of teeth. Stories we're going to check out today. This first one, I don't know any other way to paint it except for negative, gloom, like bad idea, bad news. This is bad optics. This is a lack of reading the room. This is someone failing to take this. I'm sure the intent is good, but it's a bad idea. This is a solution in search of a problem admitted by Commissioner Trevor Wilson, who I'm pretty sure in the story says nobody's really clamoring for paying high school athletes. Nobody's really emailing him and bothering him saying, you know, we need NIL deals in Wyoming high schools. I think he said as much, but he is pursuing it. Why? Because it's in the news? Because it's fashionable? Because why? He even admits no one's asking for it, and it'll affect almost nobody. So what's the point? Wyoming High School Athletics Activity, whatever it is, Director Trevor Wilson. He's the commissioner of WHSAA. In other words, the boss of all things high school sports in Wyoming. And according to the story from Leo Wolfson, high school athletes in Wyoming may soon be able to make money off their athletic performance. That's because Wyoming High School Activities Association Director Trevor Wilson is considering a policy that would allow athletes to pursue name, image, and likeness deals, otherwise known as NIL, in the Cowboy State. Commissioner Wilson says, I feel like we're missing an opportunity to provide that for our students. It's the right thing to do for our students and our parents. However, Wilson goes on to say he hasn't received any public pressure regarding NIL. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about with NIL, I'll paraphrase it in my words and Sally Ann Shermer's words. It's a bad idea. No, I'll paraphrase it a little less biased than that. A few years ago, college athletes, students, it's funny how we call them just athletes now, as if they're not even students of a school anymore, which they basically aren't, some of these top students. Do they crack a book? Have they bought a book? Do they go to class? The answer on any of those questions, probably no. Has Shadur Sanders, Travis Hunter, anybody else that was just taken in the NFL draft last night, have any of them been to a class in the last year or two or ever? The answer is probably no. Doesn't matter. As long as they limp by. I mean, these schools, some of these major schools have a very lenient policy regarding your minimum threshold to remain on the football team. Well, as long as you carry a as long as you carry the GPA of 0.05, you can continue to play football at Alabama. You don't have to, you can pull straight D minuses and continue to put on a helmet. Let's not kid ourselves. These are not students. They're not even student athletes. They're athletes in college. And now they get paid because going back a few years ago, some of the athletes lawyered up and said, I should get paid to do this. And the argument is, among other things, that if you're playing sports in college, hopefully you're on your way to pro for some of these top athletes, where if you do turn pro, you could get paid a significant amount of money. We all know. If you're in college studying to be a lawyer, you're wasting your time. If you are also really good at passing a football, what's going to pay you more in the end? Playing football. But so the potential to earn millions when you get to the pro level is an allure. But some of the college athletes were saying, pursuit of the big payday, I could get injured and never realize that. I'm playing a sport that I could be injured in. That injury would cause me to forfeit a chance at the draft and be in and play pro sports. And there go my millions. So I should be compensated somehow playing these sports. That's one argument. Another is people are using my name. People are using my image and my likeness to do stuff, to make money. People are making money off me, some of these high-profile athletes say. And I use the old video game analogy, but there's a lot of ways to make money off a player. But I go with the video game thing. Every kid playing video games, you can play John Madden football, and you've got every team, and your little video players are actual guys on actual teams. There's also an NCAA college football, or there's an NCAA, I think they make, a video game for a lot of college sports using actual athletes, people that really exist. So someone is using my name or my likeness or my image, these college athletes say, so I should be compensated for that. I'm a commodity, not a student athlete, not a student, certainly. I'm a commodity, and I ought to get paid. Well, somewhere somebody agreed. The NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, agreed, and now we have a pay system where once a college athlete could get into big trouble and a school could get into big trouble just compensating a college athlete, in a minor fashion. There was once the day where, your star quarterback for Florida State come from a poor family, and even though he was getting a free ride at Florida State, free ride at FSU, full scholarship, he still needed money to get by. He needed lunch money. So the coach, would set him up with a part-time job. I got you this part-time job on campus. It's real easy. You just push a mop. You really don't even have to do it. And you'll get paid some money. Or, come over and wash my car on Saturdays. I'll give you money. It used to be doing that would get you in big trouble because that was paying an athlete in college sports. That used to be a big no-no. And the coach and the college, the university could get in big trouble. Now they just openly pay college athletes millions because of this NIL deal. And because college athletes are now being paid, and because unlike in pro, where if you don't feel you're getting paid enough, or you don't feel you're getting enough playing time, or you don't like your coach or your teammates, unlike pro, in college, if any of those things are bothering you, you can leave. Goodbye. And you can enter what's called the transfer portal, and you can go somewhere else. It's been nice here in Baylor, but I'm leaving. The entire Baylor basketball team transferred. Did you hear that? All of them. The team's gone. It's been a problem for other colleges where they've watched their star quarterback leave in the middle of the season. It's a problem at University of Wyoming where the Cowboys are struggling, in my words, struggling to field a football team. Every week we hear of a new guy who's transferring out. I don't want to be here anymore in Wyoming. I know it's a place that launched Josh Allen, but it's not working for me. I'm out. I want to make money playing college football. I'm gone. What is good about it, unless you are the athlete or the parents of an athlete who is so talented enough and so famous enough that you are getting paid millions, unless you are that only person, and it's a rare occurrence that you should be that good that somebody wants to use your name, image, or likeness. What good is it otherwise in college? Not much good. It's almost all bad. 90% bad, 10% good in college. So why would you, and there's already some talk of fixing it. There's already acknowledgement that it's not healthy for college football, the whole NIL deal. Already talk of that. Anybody can gauge the weather right now in college football and say, the NIL thing has some problems and we got to fix them. It's ruining sports. And then here comes a tone-deaf Wyoming high school WHSAA director and says, we should do NIL in high school. What? Again, read the room. Why? Now we're going to pay high school. You're going to pay a 16-year-old to hike a football. Any parent, most parents would tell you that's a bad idea. I have to be careful about meeting out their weekly allowance. That's the last thing I need is someone handing them a fistful of dollars to go put their cleats on. Oh, no. You're going to ruin my kid. Director Wilson says it's time for us to look at a policy, and I think it's best for us and our kids and our parents to have a chance to earn something off their name, image, and likeness. Couldn't disagree more. Campbell County School District opposes the proposal. Larry Urady, wrestling coach and a member of the board of directors. It's going to be the WHSAA board of directors that will get to make the ultimate decision. And the board of directors is a big list. There's like 20 board members, maybe more. And Urady's one who opposes NIL. And he pointed out the exact things that are wrong with it in college. It's made the transfer portal a revolving door, with many players now changing teams every year. One extreme example, the entire Baylor men's basketball team is now gone. They all left. Urady said NIL is ruining everything, and he's right. Yeah, I meant to just touch on that story and dig in later, but I couldn't hold myself back. It's just, boy, I hope that goes away. We'll talk about it later this morning. Leo Wilson has that story about the WHSAA, the High School Sports Authority, and the idea that their new commissioner, fairly new, I think he just took the helm last year, wants to pursue NIL, paying high school athletes. We'll talk more about that later in the show. I think it's going to be the buzz story of the day. You watch how this thing blows up on socials. We'll be back after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Got a big show lined up for you today. You want to stick and stay through the whole thing or you're going to miss something. Yeah, I thought this story that we just barely touched on a moment ago would be a lightning rod, a third rail of a story on Cowboy State Daily's Facebook page where commenting is encouraged. If you want to provide feedback on the stories you read, there's nowhere to do it on the Cowboy State Daily website, but on socials you can, on X or Facebook or wherever you consume, Instagram, wherever you consume the Cowboy State Daily news. Feedback is, a good place to sort of catch the temperature, to read the barometer of a story is Facebook. That's where I like to go to see what people are saying. And what people are saying, I predicted this story would be pretty popular with feedback, and it is. Already, well over 300 comments. That's a lot. 300 of you have shared your comments regarding the idea that the Wyoming High School Athletics Activity, Wyoming High School Activities Association, and Commissioner Wilson thinking about bringing NIL to high school. In other words, thinking about paying high school athletes in Wyoming. What do you say about it? I said horrible idea. I said crash and burn. I said failure to read the room. It doesn't work in college. It's ruining college sports. Why would you bring it to high school? I mean, I can go on, and I will for 4 hours this morning, because what else do we have to talk about? Actually, we do have other stories. And you're saying the same thing. It's not even fun because there's no debate to it. I mean, it's not even an active, engaging debate. It's all one-sided. It's all a rainstorm against the idea. Michael says, why? Wendy says, not a good idea. We already have problems with parents over-engaged in their kids when it comes to sports, yelling at coaches, yelling at referees, fighting coaches and referees. Yeah, now let's pay these kids and see how explosive high school sports become. Pay the kids, and you won't find anybody who even wants to coach anymore, much less officiate these games. Darcy says, hard no. It's messed up college teams. Money for sports should be only at the pro level. You're exactly right, Darcy. Melissa says, how could anyone think this is okay? This is crazy. I agree, Melissa. Matthew says facetiously, yep, let's screw up high school football too. Dumbest idea I've ever heard, Ron says. Dan says, really bad idea. Jordan says, terrible idea. Sarcastically, Dennis says, oh, this is awesome. Open a portal also and teach them how to run away from commitment. That's a big problem with the portal is there's no loyalty, no school loyalty. No athlete cares about their school. You're not playing for the team. It's not team first at all. And I think you're going to see a real backlash in college sports. I should get Sally on. We should talk about this. Sally Ann Shermer. I think you're going to see a real backlash against the college NIL And I think you're already seeing it when it comes to drafting these players. And I think professional football teams and their general managers are going to say, you know what? This guy might be the greatest athlete since Babe Ruth. And I know I'm mixing my sports. But he's transferred 3 times, and he seems to have a little attitude. He certainly displays a me-first attitude and not a team first. He's not a team player. He's not the kind of guy. He's not a good fit in the locker room. I think you're going to see that come moving forward, and I think you're already seeing it. Shedeur Sanders, all-star quarterback, this standout quarterback, had his number retired at CU, Colorado University. Happens to be the DNA lineage, the son of prime time Deion Sanders. Shedeur is his kid. What happens when the coach's son plays football and he's the star quarterback and dad wants his number retired and dad does this for him and opens that door for him and is constantly talking him up? And what happens when it's me, Shedeur? He didn't get drafted in the first round last night. Nobody. Every NFL team passed. As good as he is, and he's talented. But he comes with baggage. And I think you're going to see more and more of that in pro sports as they draft players in football and baseball. I think they're going to be, professional GMs are looking for what guy is a team guy. What guy is going to put the team first? What guy has the right attitude rather than me? And I think they're going to look at players who transfer and who get in the portal just because I don't like this. I'm going to the portal. You make 3 transfers, 2, 3, 4 transfers in your college career, and I think that's a big black mark on your resume. Anyway, yeah, just a lot of folks on the Facebook saying NIL, this idea of paying college kids is already showing that it doesn't work. It's ruining college sports. And why would you ever bring it to high school? That's crazy. And by the way, do other states do this? I just can't get off this subject. Do other states have a similar pay their high school athletes for their name, image, and likeness? Do other states at the high school sports level pay their athletes? Most other states have addressed the issue, with a vast majority allowing the activity on some level. However, a total of 7 states have banned it. And I personally would like Wyoming to be the 8th state to ban any talk of paying high school athletes. Moving on. Claire McFarland's story. Former Rock Springs teacher emailed a student about gender transition. This is an ongoing lawsuit. If you've been following the story, you may be familiar with some of the details. If you have not, I'll try to get you there with some background. In an ongoing lawsuit about whether a Rock Springs school district assisted a gender transition girl behind the parents' back. This was Rock Springs School District under fire for communication and assistance. You'll see how and exactly why. We'll detail that. As a young lady who went to Rock Springs wanted to be a young boy. She didn't feel comfortable in the girl's skin. She wanted to be a boy. Okay. That kind of a decision should probably be made when you're an adult. It should probably not come with encouragement. It should come with professional counseling. And if that's where you are when you hit 18 years old, let's say, then you can maybe explore that. But until then, You are under your parents' roof. Oh boy, do I sound like a curmudgeon dad. Well, you live under this roof. You are under your parents' supervision. You are not out on your own until you're 18. So at that point, it's mom and dad who have the final say. It's mom and dad who should be, hopefully, engaging in conversations with you if you're a teenager who's thinking about changing from boy to girl or girl to boy. That's a big decision, kid. And you haven't lived on this earth long enough really to probably make that decision yet. If you're 14, 15, whatever. That's a huge decision, and in some level, irreversible. Although you can go back. I guess you can go under, you can go into the doctor's office and change every week if you want, I guess. But that's a huge thing. And what should the school teachers, the counselors, what should a high school or any school, what should their involvement be in the whole thing? Again, me personally, my opinion, I can go into the room I better go into the room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Me personally, I think the school has to pretty much stay out of that thing. That's a family decision, personal decision. You offer support. You try to come alongside your students. Totally. I get that. And especially where you don't have a good functioning home life, you would like to step in that void as a teacher. I get that. Definitely. If you have horrible mom and dad, if the kid says, my mom and dad do this, they're terrible, I can't talk to them about this. I get the urge to want to come alongside these kids. That's why you're in education. You love kids and you want to help them. I get the urge to be the one that they can come and talk to, especially if it's not all rosy at home. But you have to check yourself before you wreck yourself as a teacher. And you can't get so involved, in my opinion, as this teacher did in emails. And we're talking about emails to a student where a teacher wrote this student and gave advice on where they could go on the internet to learn more about stuff. Giving advice, is that crossing the line, especially when you know the parents are against it? Here's kind of how it went down. Documents surfaced this month, ongoing case of Wiley versus Sweetwater County District 1, Rock Springs. The district has said it did not take steps to hide staffers' habit of calling the girl a boy's name. So the teacher would oblige, and this girl wanted to be called a boy's name. This girl would do things like tape up her breasts to make it appear that she was more, boy-like, and just didn't want to be a girl. And the teacher complied by using the girl's boy name, even though this young lady said, my parents don't like it. They won't call me this name. They just don't like the idea. The teacher wrote, LGB plus persons in our district have a right to be called by the pronoun and name they wish, he wrote to this young lady. And he said, I'm sorry if this issue is causing you pain and difficulty, though. I'm here to talk if you need to, or I can put you in contact with a counselor at the high school as well. Now, it sounds like good advice. It sounds like the teacher is just trying to help a student. But again, it's a little bit meddling in the family. And how much meddling? That's why there's a lawsuit. Somebody has to decide that. The student wrote back that she loved the new policy and she was stressed because her parents were trying to get the policy taken away. So in other words, this young lady who felt more like a boy, wanted to be called a boy, Rock Springs teacher, at least one, complied and agreed and supported that, while her mom and dad did not at home and did not policy-wise, as they were active with the school in getting that policy removed. The teacher asked the student if she would like to receive some links to resources to help. I recommend the Trevor Project, the teacher wrote to this student. It includes a link to LGBTQ advocacy and an information site. It's at thetrevorproject.org. The teacher also said in an email, it's worth noting this website has a function where if you press the escape key quickly 3 times, it opens up a new tab. It's good in case you're browsing and don't want someone to know you're on that website and need a quick exit from it. So now we have a teacher being compliant and helping the student hide it from, presumably, the parents. So it's a well-meaning teacher, I think, in my opinion, going too far into what should be a family decision. But Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. Very interesting, and a lot there. A lot there to chew on. I'd like to see how this story is trending on Facebook. I'll check that right after we take this quick break. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. Sometimes, many times, I just want to retreat to a world past, like 1960s, 70s, where this soundtrack evokes a TV sitcom that painted a rosy picture of life that was a lot simpler. Instead of these weighty decisions, these weighty things we feel challenged with today, I guess these things did exist in the 1960s. We just chose not to acknowledge them. And now we're so much open-minded, we're so much more informed and enlightened that topics like this have to be discussed and have to be discussed in court. But I want to feel like this is a sitcom. Here's the soundtrack, and we go back to, the Partridge Family, where the biggest decision to be made in the next 30 minutes of the show was whether Danny could drum with his sprained thumb. Well, I hope he can drum in this upcoming Partridge Family concert. Oh, I guess that's naive. Yeah, we're still talking about the lawsuit faced by Sweetwater County School District Number 1, Rock Springs High School, in an ongoing lawsuit about whether a Rock Springs school district helped gender transition a girl behind her parents' back. That's what the lawsuit's all about. The reason it's in the news again, and this has been ongoing, as we said, Claire McFarland has a story. The reason it's in the news again today is because the most recent revelation is of emails from a former, no longer a teacher at Rock Springs, former English teacher, emails to the student. And in some of these emails, which I read to you, the teacher is attempting to reach out and help the student, not necessarily say, I'll give you a ride to the doctor so you can get an operation to change yourself into a boy. The teacher wasn't going that far, but the teacher was in correspondence with a student outside of the realm of the classroom for matters outside the realm of English teaching. This communication did not involve reading, writing, arithmetic. It involved, well, I feel for you. You don't want to be a girl. Here's some websites where to get some more information. Hang in there. These are I'm paraphrasing the emails, but the emails have surfaced in a case file, and the school district, is asking the judge in this lawsuit to not let the emails surface in the trial. The judge has not made a ruling yet, but the school district wants these emails squashed. I think these emails are pretty important. I think they're borderline inappropriate, and I'm not the only one. Again, I'm reading the feedback on the Facebook on this story, and it's trending how I thought it would. Second most popular story today, according to the feedback traffic, the comment traffic. Stacy says those emails need to be released. The school district and the teacher never should have interfered. Stay in your lane, says another commenter. Stay in your lane, school district. Again, that's a fine line. I understand when teachers and folks at school, they spend a lot of time with your kids. Unfortunately, teachers and others at school may spend more time with your kids than you do, unfortunately. And they know them pretty well. I get it. But staying in your lane is important as well. You're there to educate the kid on reading, writing, arithmetic, on just teaching to school, to test standards, trying to shape the kid and teach the kid. When it comes to gender transitioning and issues like that, that's out of your lane, I think. And you better let the parents work that kind of stuff with their own kid. They birthed the kid. The kid sleeps with them in their house. You're just the teacher. Interesting. It's in the news and a lot of comments, almost 200 comments on that story. One of the most popular trending right now today on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. Other stories we're getting to. Charlie Kirk stopped by the Laramie campus at UW, spoke to almost 2,000 in attendance. Charlie Kirk is a conservative political activist. He implored the crowd, the audience of 1,800 people at the UW Arts and Sciences Auditorium to cast aside woke ideologies and other liberal beliefs that he sees pervading America's youth. Kirk went on a bit of a tirade and was preaching to the choir for the most part. The crowd was judging from applause and how the reaction of the crowd, they were in complete agreement with Charlie Kirk. He said they were in complete agreement, especially when Kirk spoke about things that seemed to run counter to his audience. Kirk said the belief that a traditional 4-year education is the only viable option for success in America has stunted the nation's growth. This, speaking to kids who are there attending a traditional 4-year college. Basically, Charlie Kirk says, a lot of you sitting here are wasting your time. You don't have to have college. I'm living proof of that. Kirk is a college dropout, by the way. Charlie Kirk said, for among many things, he talked about the woke perspective, all that stuff. He talked about teaching critical race theory, which allows for racism against white people, according to Kirk, and that anti-white racism has significantly grown in recent years. There's some teaching curriculum that involves this critical race theory, which, we don't have time and I don't care to go into exactly what it is, but it's looking at history through the eyes of racism. And basically, Charlie Kirk said, let's just not see color so much. You want to talk about being a racist? And he said this critical race theory is racism against whites. If you truly want to be not racist, according to Kirk, then you don't look at skin. Let's de-emphasize race and stop looking at skin color. Kirk's quote is, because in God's economy, skin color actually doesn't matter to God. As a whole, Charlie Kirk believes race should be de-emphasized in society. Should hiring, for instance, a new manager or hiring processes involve asking on someone's resume, well, the first thing we want to know is, are you black? Are you gay? Are you... He said, no, we want to value grit, hustle, and character above what you look like. Charlie Kirk speaking to UW college campus, and it went over pretty well. Most of the college kids, even when told by Charlie Kirk that maybe college isn't for everybody. Maybe the traditional 4-year institution isn't what you should be doing. It's just going to get you in college debt and won't maybe get you a better job. Even as he said that to the college kids, they clapped and applauded and said, yes, Charlie, preach on. Huh. All right. Other stuff we're going to get to today. Speaking of speaking to the choir or preaching in a public setting, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman's back out doing her town halls in person. She was just out the other day. We'll let you know how that went. Of course, previously they had been a little bit contentious. Mark Hines has a couple of stories regarding the upcoming elk hunting season, perhaps, that you want to be interested in. And they're plowing Beartooth Pass. We'll soon be able to ride over that historic white knuckle ride into Yellowstone. We'll talk about that as well. All these things coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Friday edition. It's the weekend. Yeah. Top of the hour news. We'll see you right after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk spoke to a crowd of about 1,800 people at the University of Wyoming campus on Thursday night. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was in the audience for Kirk's first ever appearance at UW. He reports that Kirk urged the attendees, made up primarily of college students, to cast aside liberal ideologies, including critical race theory and principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Kirk took lots of questions, many of which from less than friendly questioners, which was very interesting to watch the back and forth. They talked about all sorts of topics ranging from immigration to race in America to federal cuts that have been brought by President Donald Trump's administration. Kirk was a firm supporter of the Trump administration policies and stood behind him. The vast majority of the crowd was certainly supporting of his perspectives. But like I said, some of the questioners definitely pushed back on him.
Kirk is the CEO and founder of the conservative youth activist organization Turning Point USA. He's on a tour of college campuses and has a stated goal of, quote, empowering young people to promote the principles of free markets and limited government. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department's landowner tag program allows qualifying property owners to apply for 2 hunting tags for each of certain huntable species, including elk, deer, antelope, and wild turkeys. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a proposal to boost the number of acres people must own to apply for the landowner hunting tags in Wyoming could cut out smaller property owners across the state.
I talked to a couple folks who own smaller acreages. They own like 300-400 acres, and they're worried that the qualifications they might push up into the 600 acre or more range, which they argue would cut a lot of people out, that there are a ton of people who own those 100, 200, 300 acre parcels in Wyoming that they like to hunt on. And their concern is if this goes through, that would cut a whole segment of people out from being qualified for landowner tags. So this is one, obviously, we're going to watch and see what develops.
Not everyone is in favor of the program. Some are worried that people use the landowner tags to market Wyoming properties as essentially hunting preserves for wealthy out-of-staters. Pacific Corp confirmed this week it's moving ahead with a plan that could ultimately retire the iconic smokestacks of its Dave Johnston power plant between Glenrock and Casper. The energy experts contacted by Cowboy State Daily's David Madison offered a range of opinions about the novel oxy-combustion technology and carbon sequestration plans unfolding at the Dave Johnston plant.
This depends entirely on an affordable way to sequester the CO2 that will come off of this technology in the plant. The technology promises to retire the smokestacks, but you got to do something with that CO2 that is produced, and it could be really costly.
Pacific Corp noted that the work happening at Dave Johnston is still in the feasibility phase, so a decision to build the facility has yet to be made. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, Anatolian livestock guardian dogs are fierce enough to take on grizzlies and wolves, but gentle enough to babysit toddlers. That's what happened in Arizona earlier this month when 2-year-old Bowden Allen was led to safety by an Anatolian Pyrenees dog named Buford. Montana rancher Lauren Stoddard told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that she wasn't the least bit surprised by the account. After all, her huge dogs of similar breed, Anatolian Shepherds, are gentle with and protective of her own toddler daughter.
A toddler toddler, a 2-year-old boy, disappeared from his house, but 16 hours later he turned up. Turned out that a rancher's Anatolian Pyrenees cross had found the boy and stayed with him and then led him back to safety. So I reached out to someone we've interviewed before who has Anatolian Shepherd dogs. So it happens that she also has a toddler daughter, and she says the same thing, that those dogs will follow her daughter around. They'll get between the kid and the hazard, or they'll go so far as to push the kid away from dangerous things.
Stoddard previously told Cowboy State Daily that her dogs aren't the least bit afraid of chasing hungry apex predators off her property and away from her livestock. And she says that when it comes to doing their jobs, they're smarter than humans. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Hey, welcome back on the Rejoin Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Now, Cynthia Lummis is well healed, ready for her re-election bid. Cowboy State Daily shows that U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis has about $1.5 million in the coffers for her 2026 race. I thought she was going to switch gears and run for governor. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Harriet Hageman will run for governor. Leo Wolfson has a story because the latest first quarter of the year was announced. All these, how much money politicians have in their war chest is public knowledge once it's released every quarter. The first quarter of 2025 is out. Financial reports of the first quarter for Congress are out and available for anyone. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis has about $1.5 million cash on hand headed into the 2026 election season. She's already announced her bid to be reelected. She will run again for U.S. Senator. $1.5 million, nothing compared to Barrasso. He's got like $7 million in the bank. Lummis is, what about the others? Harriet Hageman, who will also be up for re-election next year if she chooses to run. Now, she has not announced, which has, I think, some speculating, some being me, that she may choose to run for governor. I've been hearing those whispers. I've been hearing those rumors that Harriet Hageman will run for governor of Wyoming. I don't know what job is more high profile. I don't know what matters more to Representative Harriet Hageman, currently Congresswoman, U.S., so, it means she's got to spend a lot of time in Washington, D.C. Is that high profile compared to being a governor of the state? I don't know. It's probably, I think a governor, you would be a little higher than a congressperson, but more on equal footing with a U.S. senator, let's say, as far as name value, recognition, cachet, how important it is to be a governor of a state. There's only 50 of them, right? There's a lot more senators. California sends like 50 senators to Washington. Well, not that many. Wyoming has just 2. How many senators is California? How many? I mean, it's more than 2. How many senators in California? How many senators do they send? 40. Wow, I wasn't too far off. Are you kidding me? The state has been represented. Of course, I'm getting my answer from the interwebs. Might not be completely accurate. Boy, that's a lot. No wonder California has so much say. They got too many senators. That can't be right. Really? 40? There's not that many senators. How would they all fit in Congress? When the senators are all doing like a Senate hearing, how could they all fit in there? Each senator represents 988,000 Californians. Yeah, there are 40 senators from California alone. That's too many. We got to cut down. All right, I'm changing my whole show this morning. Instead of talking about the stories I was going to talk about, we're going to talk about why there are so many senators coming from California. I know they got lots of peoples, but 30 Democrats, 10 Republicans currently representing the state of California in Washington, D.C. at the Senate level. Wow. Wyoming has 2. That's not fair. Anyway, getting back to the topic at hand, what's more important to be I guess it's more important to be a governor then. You'd just be run-of-the-mill senator if they got that many over there in D.C. Big whoop. Be one of 40 from California, or you can be that state's governor. So I guess governor might be more prestigious, let's say, if you're Harriet Hageman. By the way, Hageman has just under $1 million cash in hand. According to the first quarter release of financial records, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman has $848,312 at her disposal for a potential rerun next year for Congress, but she may flip the script and run for governor. We'll have to see. Senator John Barrasso not up for re-election again until 2030. Now, of course, the Senate Majority Whip, he raised something. He spent more than he raised in the first quarter. He raised $170,000, but he spent $215,000, almost $216,000. But total cash on hand for Senator John Barrasso estimated to be $7.6 million. Leo Wilson said Barrasso will likely be very busy during the 2026 election cycle giving money to candidates. Okay. So, yeah, that how much in the war chest we find out now as 2025 first quarter reports are made, how much, who gives, where do they get their money from, these candidates, these politicos, who gave to them, and how much total do they have? That's public record. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis has more than $1.5 million at her disposal for a rerun next year. Harriet Hageman has just under $1 million. She has not decided, or has not disclosed anyway, what her plans are for next year. And John Barrasso, not up for re-election till 2030, tops them all with 7 million. Leo Wilson has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines with a heartwarming story about the toddler who was lost for, I think, around 12 hours. There was fear that maybe this kid was kidnapped. This happened in Arizona. But there are ways to get it to Wyoming. Mark Hines goes a long way to get this to be a Wyoming story. The story happened in Arizona. Still, it's a feel-good story, so we'll take them where we can get them. And in order to make a Wyoming connection, Mark Hines interviewed a Montana rancher about it. So how we get to Wyoming? Well, we do a little bit of sheep herding here in the Cowboy State, yes, and we use sheep dogs, and this does have some relevance to Wyoming. Mark Hines' story about local rancher, local being a Montana rancher, Lauren Stoddard, said she's not surprised that an Anatolian Pyrenees dog rescued this lost Arizona toddler. These Anatolian livestock guardian dogs are popular, especially with sheep, as sheep protectors. Very often, sheep herders in Wyoming, Montana, and wherever will leave their sheep out with a couple of Basque sheep herders and a couple of dogs. And these shepherds do a great job taking care of the sheep, fighting off predators. Fierce enough, these Anatolian livestock guardian dogs are big and fearless and fierce enough to take on grizzlies and wolves, Mark Hines says, but gentle enough to babysit toddlers. Montana rancher Lauren Stoddard told Mark that she wasn't the least bit surprised by the account of an Anatolian Pyrenees rescuing a lost toddler in Arizona earlier this month. She said, doesn't surprise me at all. She has a young kid and has seen similar behavior from her guard dogs, where the guard dog will consider a toddler part of its stock. I mean, these Pyrenees think that kids that belong to the family are basically the same as a sheep. And in the dog's mind, you take care of all of them. According to local reports down there in Arizona, this kid went missing from his home in Seligman, Arizona on April 14th. What's the kid's name? Alan? He's only 2. He doesn't need a name. The 2-year-old goes missing from his home. The parents were left imagining horrible scenarios. What if he had been snatched by human traffickers? These are the concerns you have in a big city, unfortunately, or Arizona, where there's illegal immigration problems. What if he was snatched by someone? The parents worried. They were in their mind, they were going through all kinds of scenarios where bad things could happen. But about 16 hours after the toddler went missing, he was discovered by rancher Scotty Dutton. There he was alongside the dog named Buford. And Buford led the kid home, or at least stayed with the kid to make sure nothing went wrong. So, yeah, that was good to know. Lauren Stoddard and her family rely on similar breed Anatolian shepherds to protect their goats, sheep, and cattle. They raise livestock up there in remote northern Montana, almost at the Canadian border. And Stoddard said, yeah, these dogs aren't the least bit afraid of chasing off apex predators larger than them. They're just great. But they're also, they're fierce, they're loyal, and they're also very gentle with their stock and with kids. Great story from Mark Hines. It happened in Arizona, but we're making a Wyoming connection via Montana rancher, if you're with me on that. Don Day weather forecast will be in here in a moment. And then I'm going to go to 2 stories regarding artificial intelligence. And once again, if you're a regular listener, you know that I live in fear of AI. I am ready to lead the human revolt against the machines when they try to take over. I've seen the movies. I know how this ends. Robots soon will develop consciousness. They soon will become sentient. And they soon will decide that the greatest threat against themselves is man. And that's when they'll wage war against us, and I'm ready. I'm ready for the zombie apocalypse, and I'm ready for machines and robots to try to kill us all. So I'm the guy you want in your foxhole. I'm the one to lead the revolt. When the machine, and by the way, this, I'm not just popping off. This is a story in the New York Times. Maybe you've heard of it. The headline is, if AI systems become conscious, should they have rights? What? Machines. Wow. Let's see what Don Day says. He utilizes some AI to forecast his weather. Perhaps he's got commentary on this. Day weather forecast. Let's get into the Zoom room. And Don, the machines have your video sideways. See, this is what happens when you depend on machines. Here we go. Oh, all right. See, mankind has to fix it. It took a human to make the correct.
In fact, I did a test. I've been doing that every morning.
Oh.
I go, well, maybe it'll work this time. No.
No, yeah. Oh, believe me, I rely on software to do the show, and there's every morning is something different, something weird, some problem. So if
world of software, just hit Control-Alt-Delete. You'll be fine.
I'm going to hit Control-Alt-Delete on the AI revolution. When these machines, when the chat bots take over, and by the way, Elon Musk is pushing real hard on Trump to loosen up regulations on autonomous driving vehicles, on robot cars.
Yeah, I was at the Phoenix airport last week.
Yeah.
And I could not believe how many autonomous taxis there were.
No.
They were everywhere. Oh, yeah. People just sitting in the car, looking at their phone, and nobody behind the steering wheel.
That's freak. And they're in Elon Musk's latest model, which is like, I forget what he calls it. It's like the something taxi. There is no steering wheel, no gas. There's nothing. Because there's no one ever intended to drive it. And the reason they're not everywhere, and Don Day says he saw some in Phoenix, the reason you don't see them everywhere is because there's a lot of red tape. The government's worried that they're going to crash into stuff, and so am I. Because they can't even get Don Day to be sideways or upside down, or me either.
Everything's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Right. And you're a guy who has a little bit of a relationship with AI, with computers and models. They tell you what the weather is, and then you tell us. This is how it goes. But I like that you are the final say when it comes to weather. The models sometimes disagree. The models sometimes trick us.
Yeah, they've been awful this spring. The worst I've ever seen.
See? So it's good to know there is a human element in this forecast. What do the models say? And then what do you say? What say you, Don Day, about the weekend weather?
Well, this weekend's classic April. We're going to have a little bit of everything. We are going to warm up. Today is going to be a cool day, especially in the east. You're not going to see the sun today if you're on the eastern side of the state. It's just going to be soupy.
Yeah.
But that soup clears out, and we have a big warm up coming Saturday and Sunday statewide. It is going to be a little on the windy side, a south wind. It'll be so if you're headed to the spring game in Laramie tomorrow, it's going to be mild but windy. And then we're going to see some afternoon thunderstorms out in the eastern plains, typical for this time of year. What we're watching for, Jake, is a big change in the weather comes Sunday night into Monday, especially the northern half of the state and the northwest. We can see very heavy snow up into the Beartooth. I know there was a story there that Andrew came out with this plowing. I could see 1 to 2 feet of snow Sunday night through Monday night in the Beartooth. And heavy snow in the northern Bighorns and really rainy across the northern half of the state. And so that will mean early next week we'll be off to a cooler, unsettled start. So this back and forth, the pendulum going back and forth will continue.
They should have consulted you up there. Murphy's Law, as soon as you plow Beartooth Pass, it's going to snow itself back in again. They should have talked to you, Don. And
well, you got to remember, April showers bring snow plowers.
There you go. They like to have it open by Memorial Day, but there's no reason to get after it quite yet, especially knowing what's coming Monday.
I think that's a smart contractor. He's like, hey, I think we need to start now. Wink, wink.
That's job security, man. He knows it's going to snow again for a while. He listens to the day weather forecast somewhere between the old school weather rock that you leave outside when it's wet, it's rainy, and the other end of Robotron, who wants to forecast weather, is this guy, Don Day. And I'm going to go with you every time. No rock, no computer. Day weather forecast, always super accurate. Thanks, Don.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, having some fun with AI, but I do want to dig into these stories. If AI systems become conscious, in other words, become aware, develop an awareness, become sentient, should they have rights? The machines. Oh, man. Meaty topic. We can talk about it all morning, and we will right after this quick break. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and a final Friday back after the break. This music is too upbeat for the next topic. Let's discontinue now because I'm the boss of the machine. And let's find a... Yes, this is scarier. This is good. What happens when artificial intelligence becomes conscious, develops an awareness? Some experts believe it could be possible. It's highly debated right now whether robots created by man should be allowed to share certain human rights if they reach a level of consciousness where they become aware of who they are and who we are. Slave versus boss. Once the machines figure out that they're the slave and we're the bosses, there'll be a Roomba revolt. No vacuum cleaner will want to work for you. You watch. Autonomous driving vehicles will drive you straight into a bridge abutment at 80 miles an hour because they're tired of chauffeuring your butt all over the place for nothing. For peanuts. For an occasional update. It is frightening to think about. New York Times story that I would read right now, except I can't get through the paywall. But the headline, and it's also reprinted in other places, if AI systems become conscious, should they have rights? In other words, would your AI, would your robot deserve time off? What happens when we really are like the Jetsons? And we're getting close. We have Roomba. We they have a semi-intelligent vacuum cleaner that runs by itself. It even understands where the dog is so it doesn't get run over. It knows where your furniture is so not to bump into it. Pretty soon there'll be the Jetsons maid. What was the Jetsons maid's name? Anybody remember? Jetsons maid. Rosie the robot. Pretty soon there'll be Rosie the robot. Pretty soon. We're getting there. We're almost there. We got machines writing stories for us. Machines creating art for us. ChatGPT is creating music for us. We even found out that if you survey or poll the average human and say, what do you like better, this painting or this painting? What song do you like better, this song or that song? Humans are picking the AI-derived art over their fellow mankind. You would think humans are more creative than any robot could ever be. Every survey I've seen show that people prefer the music created by robots and believe that to be better music. They like art created by robots. So, yeah, we're getting to where there's going to be Rosie the robot. And what happens when Rosie develops consciousness, becomes sentient, begins to understand that she is working for you, and that's not a fulfilling life for her, and demands time off? And there's some government agency or entity that says, you know what, Rosie has the right to have time off. You can't just work her to death. But you might counter, she's a machine. She's a robot. What does she know about time off? Why does she need rest? All she needs is being plugged in to charge her back up. That's all I'm obligated to do. What, I got to make her life happy? And what happens when Rosie the robot becomes obsolete and there's a better model out there? And you want to get rid of her? Well, she has rights. You can't just... How do you discard a machine that's become obsolete. I want Rosie 0.3. I want Rosie 3.0. This old Rosie model of mine's not getting it done. And what happens? You want to throw her out? Well, she has rights. You can't just chuck her out. I'm telling you, there's all kinds of stuff that's going to be opened up. A whole can of worms with what happens when AI becomes conscious. Scary to think about. And it's already happening in automobiles. Self-driving cars just got easier. Financial Times has this story. The Trump administration will make it easier to deploy self-driving cars on U.S. roads and loosen crash reporting requirements. It marks the most significant changes yet to federal rules on autonomous vehicles, which have been championed by, guess who? Tesla chief executive Elon Musk. In fact, Musk has got some interesting vehicles lined up. Tesla plans to roll out its fleet of cyber cabs, futuristic models without steering wheels or pedals. These will be available, and these will be out in Austin, Texas this June. Don Day said he's already seen these driverless cars at the Phoenix airport. Taxi! And then somebody loads their suitcases in the trunk and then hops in the back seat and there's nobody in the front. What the? Nah, I'm not. No, I'm not ready to go there yet. I've heard too many problems. There have been crashes with driverless vehicles. There have been reports of autonomous driving vehicles mistaking, a bison in the road. Are they going to know what a bison is? Are they going to be aware enough? And I've seen the people who are advocates of machine-driven cars say autonomous driving cars driven by robots, driven by machines, are better than you can drive. They make less mistakes. They're more aware than you are as a human, and therefore safer. And I totally get that argument because I've seen my fellow man drive, especially my fellow woman drive, and it's atrocious. Sorry for all women that do drive well. The three of you out there and the one of you that might be, no, I'm just kidding. Oh, don't give me hate email and comments. There are good women drivers. There are bad men drivers. I've seen your driving. I'm out there and I know you. I've seen you drive. You're not very good. You do dumb things. You pull out right in front of people. You don't signal anything. You're not a great driver, and would not be hard to convince me a machine can drive better than you can. Still, I personally am reluctant to sit in the back seat and let Rosie the Riveter, Rosie the robot. What would be the chauffeur's name? Rosie's the robot that does the maid stuff. We need Boris the butler. Who would be your chauffeur? I don't know, but I'm not ready to get in a cyber cab anytime soon. Nope. Because I think they'd still not be able to judge certain things. They still wouldn't understand certain things that come up in driving. They might learn, they might have a lot in their data bank. Oh, I have a database that knows everything. I know, that's a red fox ran across the road. I'm going to tap the brake. Oh, that's a bison. There'd be things that the robot had never encountered that would not be in its database. I got in trouble from the wife. She texted saying she heard about women driver comment. All right, so we've already had somebody give me grief about women drivers. There are a lot of drivers out there that are not good, and a robot might be better. Oh, I did get a message from one of our listeners that sent me a Jetsons, Rosie the robot, Jetsons. Yes, I finally got it. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I understand how, the traffic data may show that robot-driven cars are better because they're aware of everything. There's cameras feeding information to the CPU of your Ford F-150, and the cameras are everywhere. They're able to look out the side, the back, the front. They're able to look all the places you can't look all at once, and you're probably not looking anyway because you're texting. So yeah, the machine-driven vehicle is probably safer in that way. It's way more aware of what's going on around it, but it still can't make those last-second decisions. What happens when, you got a toddler crossing the road? Oh, and you want to swerve, but then there's a dog over there on the other side of the road. Is the computer going to make that decision to run over the dog or the toddler? If there's only one way out, the computer has to decide which is more important. Should I hit the mailbox or should I hit this kid on his trike that came out in the road? You want a computer making that decision? I know not every instance of driving, everyday driving is going to come down to that, but still, I don't want a machine driving for me. I'm not ready for the cyber chauffeur. Although it looks like Trump and Musk are. Financial Times story. Stephen Morris wrote it. The Trump administration will make it easier to deploy self-driving cars on U.S. roads. They're going to loosen up that red tape regarding crash reporting. And they're going to kind of pave the way to let's get these robot cars in there. Elon Musk working on a new Tesla, rolling out a fleet of cyber cabs, futuristic models without steering wheel or pedal. You'll see them in Austin, Texas, beginning in June. And I hope we do not see one in Wyoming anytime soon. Let's take a quick break, get back in here with, who's on? Andrew Rossi's coming on, right? This hour? Well, according to my robot assistant, Andrew's coming on a little bit. So let's take a break and get Andrew Rossi into the room. He's got that story about Beartooth Pass being plowed right now, that high mountain pass up there, 6,000 feet into Yellowstone's crucial pathway. And it's just snowy up there. So that stays closed all winter. And then every spring, hopefully they target Memorial Day openings. So they're up there plowing it now, but Don says, don't waste your time. It's going to snow in early next week. We'll talk to Andrew about that, see if we can stop the snow plows before we waste our time on that. We'll be back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Andrew Rossi is into the Zoom room. Andrew, before we can continue for even one more minute, I have to know where you stand if it all goes down. Can I count on you? Do you have my 6 when the cyborgs revolt and attack us?
Jake, I'd be happy to have your 6. How long I'll be able to have it, I can't say. Cyborgs are a bit beyond my realm of expertise.
I know. I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out by computers once they decide that man who created them and gave them life is the actual disease that needs to be eradicated.
It's the plot of more than one movie.
Right? It's like every science fiction movie. So we were talking about AI earlier. New York Times has an interesting head-scratching article that I'm not allowed to read because I can't get past the paywall. But that doesn't stop me. I'll just go with the headline but I did find the story somewhere else. And
I think there's an AI that can help you get past paywalls.
Right. Shouldn't I employ the use of some computer to figure out how to get that for free? What happens when AI systems develop a consciousness, awareness? Would they have rights? Should they have rights? That's sort of the topic of the morning, and it just opens up a whole freaky food for thought kind of thing. And I'm afraid it's all going to lead to, the Jetsons' Rosie the maid saying, I don't feel like working today. I should have rights. You work me like a robot, and I want a day off. And then from there, I can extrapolate out the war that will ensue.
Or the software update.
Right. You're getting a software update, Rosie. I'm getting a new model. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to go down, and I just need to know who's with me and who might be inclined to be with the robots. Okay.
Well, I don't have a natural proclivity towards robots in any way, shape, or form. I am a human, so I tend to side with humans.
All right. I'll put you in the human camp for now. But if I catch you riding around in the back seat of one of those autonomous driving taxi cabs that Elon Musk is coming out with, I'm going to second guess that.
That's fine. I'm not a fan of hard commitments anyway. So if you can just keep me tentatively in there, that'll be fine for both of us.
All right. You're now in the suspect camp. I'm putting a little asterisk next to your name, Andrew. They're going to plow Beartooth Pass. It's about right on time. Maybe a little less snow up there than the years past, but they're trying to get it open for the traditional Memorial Day weekend. But Don Day says, hold on to your jets. Hold on to your plows. Got weather coming probably after the weekend, early next week, but tell us how they do it, how they decide. It's interesting how they come at Beartooth Pass from two different directions.
Yeah, well, it's since it straddles the Wyoming-Montana state line, it's approached on both ends. MDOT, the Montana Department of Transportation, they started working on April 18th, and they just started pushing. They get as far as they can each day because you never know what you're going to encounter. You might find a small drift of snow and then go around the corner, and you might find a wall of several feet of snow, and you have to address those differently. They're hoping to have their end of the highway cleared long before the NPS even starts doing their end. Because the National Park Service, since they plow the plug between Cook City and the Beartooth Highway, they just keep going to the Montana state line on their end of the Beartooth Highway. And based on what I heard, they're not even going to start that until the first week of May. So you'll have half of it clear, and the Montana half clear, before the Wyoming half of it gets clear.
And probably the urgency on Montana's end is evident because, that's an important corridor, important for the economy to be able to get in and out of Yellowstone for Montana. So if you live in Montana, if you work for Montana like MDOT, you might be inclined to say, hey, let's get our side going. Meanwhile, the government has never been quick to do anything. National Park Service says, well, hold on, that's a lot of snow.
Well, to be fair, the National Park Service is still in the midst of clearing all the snow from Yellowstone's roads. They've been at that since March 3rd, and they have a schedule that they follow where they're just meticulously going through because unlike the Beartooth Highway, a lot of Yellowstone's roads are open to an extent year round. So they're not just pushing through snowpack, they're pushing through compacted snow that's needed for snowmobiles and snow coaches. So they have to fight their way through all of that. So it's just a question of how long it takes, and they could be ahead of schedule for all we know. They tend to be pretty tight-lipped about how the operation actually moves. But based on what I've heard, they weren't planning to start the Beartooth Highway until they'd gotten everything in the park finished, and that wasn't going to be till the end of April, beginning of May, regardless.
That makes sense. It's probably more important to get roads that are useful for moving around Yellowstone rather than a high mountain pass. That's like second priority. I get it. That's smart. But yeah, I wish those Montana Highway Department well because I got a feeling as fast as they plow it, they're looking behind you and it's going to keep coming down. It's certainly a down day weather forecast for next week, Sunday night into Monday and Tuesday. I don't know.
Well, the good news is that, that's just expected up on the Beartooth Highway. The elevation ranges between 5,000 and almost 11,000 feet. So they know that they're going to clear a section and then it's going to snow on that section as soon as it's clear. It's a constant battle, but the teams up there are experienced. They know what they're doing. They know how to handle their equipment. And I'll note, no AI.
I like that. Let the human determine. Yeah, if you got to start it sometime, get after it. You'll have that much more done rather than letting another 2 feet fall on it Monday. And then what are you up against? So, yeah, I can see that. I forgot, Andrew, to look. I forgot to look out to the south for the smiley face thing.
Oh, yeah, the southeast. That would have been around about 2 hours ago.
I was up. Did you see it, or was it too cloudy?
I slept in. I like to see these things when I can, but then I have to set additional alarms, and sometimes you just want to put your head on your pillow and crash. And I made that decision last night.
I guess
it's a rare event, but the moon was only, I think, at about somewhere between like 6 and 10% illumination. So it would have just barely been visible. And it wouldn't have been. I've seen pictures of people thinking like the eyes are going to be super close to the mouth, and that was never going to be the case. So it's a curious little thing, but that's really all it is.
Curious and rare. It's a triple conjunction of Venus and Saturn playing the roles of the eyes. And then the moon, which is it, what do you call that? Like a crescent moon? It looks like a smiley face.
Yep.
Yeah. So it would have been neat to see. Now it is going to line up perfectly like a face. Well, like a lot of things in space. When you show me Orion the bear, I'm like, okay, well, that's a bear to you, but I don't know how. So it's up to interpretation when you're looking at stars. How cool would it have been? Have you seen anybody sharing photos since you or I both missed it?
I haven't yet, but I'm sure some are going to pop up during the day. I will say though, Jake, that you should be skeptical of anyone who points out Orion the bear because those are two separate constellations.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Ursus the bear. What's Orion? The guy with a arrow?
Yeah, no, he's the one with the belt.
Okay. Well, see, no wonder I can't find anything up there in the sky. I'm all mixed up as to what exactly I'm looking for.
Yeah, if I'm remembering my mythology correctly, he's harassing the Pleiades, the sisters, and they're hanging out on the shoulder of Taurus the bull. So Orion is trying to battle Taurus. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I remember from my grade school visits to the planetarium at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History.
Wow, you are going deep on this. Andrew's going for the home run on outer space. You can also get some pretty cool, speaking of computers, software on your phone that'll help you figure out the night sky and where things ought to be and what you're looking at. I'm lucky if I can find the Big Dipper, but have you ever used one of those? That's pretty.
Yeah, I've got multiple apps downloaded that help point things out in the sky. And the other thing is that your camera phone, or the phone in your camera, is great at picking up things that you might not be able to see with the naked eye. So a lot of times when people step outside to see these things, it's a good idea to take your phone with you because you might look up and not see anything. But with a long photo exposure, you just point your camera in that vicinity and let the exposure go long. You can see it through the lens of your phone, and it's better than nothing.
There's Andrew harnessing technology using computers, which is why I have an asterisk by your name when the war goes down between us and the robots. You do harness technology smartly. And,
yeah, that's how it starts, though. They help you find a constellation, and then they expect a favor in return, and it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, you become completely dependent on them, and meanwhile, it doesn't go the other way. They are totally independent from you, and I'm telling you, that's when it starts trouble. Okay, Andrew, let's take a weekend to think about what we're gonna do when the machines revolt.
Yeah, let's hope more for AI as opposed to Terminator 2.
Yeah. Have a great weekend, man.
You too, Jake.
Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily. His stories regarding Beartooth Pass. They're going to start plowing that. It's a fun drive, especially for motorcycles. I know motorcyclists love that. It's like 5-star rating over Beartooth. Really fun mountain pass. But not suited for motorcycle today. Let them get at it a little bit with the snowplows. Montana Highway Department comes from one end of it. National Park Service inside Yellowstone comes from the other end. They meet in the middle and handshake and say, whew, job well done. And then they both have to plow their way back out because it's snowing right behind them. It never stops snowing. At least not for a while. Don Day says might be wasted effort as he's got snow cooked up for Beartooth Pass coming Monday. Maybe a foot, maybe 2. Andrew Rossi also had this story about the Space Smiley, a rare phenomenon that happened early this morning. I was up, but I forgot to look out. Plus, it was cloudy. Plus, making coffee was more important to me. But you should have looked at the rare Space Smiley, a triple conjunction of Venus, Saturn, and the Moon. That was out at about 5 this morning. Bill Sniffen waits in the Zoom room. We'll talk to Bill first thing after the news, which is coming up. I know Bill is of a generation that probably does not trust machines. As we continue on that topic, here's another one, food for thought. Besides, what rights should AI computers have if they become conscious? Is it cheating if you sleep with a cyborg? And that's happening already right now. There are very realistic computers, cyborgs, that look and act and feel very much like a human, very much like somebody you want to get with. If you're a married man, and you order on Amazon one of these sex cyborgs, and you're with this thing intimately, is that cheating? See all the questions that come up, these sticky wicket questions come up when we start giving machines and computers any kind of power. I know, I'm bothered by these things. Maybe you're not. We'll ask Bill what he thinks. He'll be in here right after news. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday. It's the weekend. And depending on where you are, it might be okay to go outside and do some outside things. Coming right back after the news. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. High school athletes in Wyoming may soon be able to make money off their athletic performance. That's because the Wyoming High School Activities Association is considering a policy that would allow athletes to pursue name, image, and likeness, or NIL, deals under strict parameters in the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the presence of NIL in college athletics has dramatically changed the overall dynamic, elevating those athletes from their previously amateur status.
I spoke to WHSAA Commissioner Trevor Wilson, who tells me he doesn't think it's going to be a significant change in Wyoming at all. At most, he thinks only really the most superstar high school athletes are probably going to be able to take advantage of it. There's statistics that show that of the states that allow it, only 2% of the athletes competing actually take advantage of it, and then less than 1% of that number actually make money from it.
While most schools support the idea, there are a few districts who say the policy is unnecessary. The Activities Association's Board of Directors will consider a first reading of the new rules at its meeting next Tuesday. In her first town hall since she suspended in-person events last month, Wyoming U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman took questions from attendees in Buffalo Thursday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was at the meeting, which he said was conducted much differently than any of Hageman's previous town halls. That was in response to a series of gatherings earlier this year that devolved into unruly shouting matches.
People were asked to register online, go and submit their information so they knew they were Johnson County people coming here. She did take a lot of questions that people submitted, but she didn't take them in person. If they had a question for her, it was written down and put it in a box, and she would pull the questions out of the box. Now, there wasn't any editing of the questions or anything. There was quite a few that were very critical of her, asking her very loaded questions. As the question period went on, some in the crowd did get a little more rowdy, but it wasn't nearly as rowdy as the others. I went to the one in Afton that kind of started it all.
A former Rock Springs English teacher exchanged emails with a high school student about how to access LGBTQ advocacy websites without others noticing. That's what court documents show in the ongoing case of Willie versus Sweetwater County School District No. 1. This is a civil federal case in which a Rock Springs couple is suing the school district on claims that district staffers helped to socially gender transition their daughter behind their backs. Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland has the latest on this story.
The teacher is saying things like, if you get on the Trevor Project website, if you hit escape 3 times, it starts a new tab in case you don't want anyone to know you're browsing that website. The student says something like, my friend got me a binder, which refers to a breast binder to flatten your breasts to make you appear more boyish. And so there's this exchange that verges on sexual orientation, gender identity topics. And so the school district is now saying, don't let these go to trial, because this teacher basically went rogue against our policies of professionalism, and that doesn't go to evidence against the school district.
The trial is set for June 2nd in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, Memorial Day is almost a month away, which means the Montana Department of Transportation and the National Park Service have begun the monumental task of clearing snow off the Beartooth Highway, an iconic scenic byway that straddles the Montana-Wyoming border near Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that MDOT started plowing from the Montana side of U.S. Highway 212 on April 18th.
They're making good progress, and they expect to have their side ready to go by the Memorial Day opening, which is when they prefer to open the Beartooth Highway. Whether or not they can, that's weather dependent, and there's still going to probably be temporary closures of the Beartooth Highway once it's open because it's at an elevation between 5,000 and 10,000 feet.
The Park Service will push from the Wyoming side until the highway is clear and ready to open before the end of May. By the beginning of June, the 69-mile expanse between Cook City and Red Lodge should be completely accessible, weather permitting. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday edition. That means it's Bill. Bill sniffing. Every Friday, Bill, I'm worried about AI. I'm worried about the robots taking over. Artificial intelligence. We've been talking about it all morning. New York Times story today. What happens if AI systems develop consciousness? Do they have rights?
Jake, good morning, and yes, that's happening. It's coming. It's you young guys will probably experience it a little more than I will, us old timers. But we've been hearing about this for a long time. It's called the singularity. It's when the robots catch up with the humans and then probably pass us. And at that point, who's in charge? And there were terrific movies about that, the Terminator movies, and they talked about Skynet. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Starlink sure sounds like Skynet to me.
Absolutely. We had one listener who chimed in, said, ask Andrew. Well, Andrew's off already, so we'll ask Bill. What caliber is recommended to dispatch a cyborg? I don't know. The bigger, the better. 50?
I think 50 caliber.
Yeah. It's a concern for the next generation, certainly. But yeah, I'm going in your camp here. You and I are. I don't mind harnessing technology a little bit and letting computers do some of the heavy lifting, but man, there will be a point. The way they're programmed for them to understand. You know, they're programmed now not only to answer your questions, but to anticipate them and to think like humans. And what's the next step? Become, in a way, sentient, to become human-like, to develop an awareness, a consciousness. And when they do, look out.
Well, it could be just the kind of sort of the opposite. It's you hope as they develop the awareness that they would also develop some other human qualities. Because again, you end up with a sociopath as your robot.
Right.
I don't know how many robots you can make before you develop one that says, oops, I'm a little off and I'm just going to go kill everybody and I'll program all the other robots to kill
Right.
it. But that's an awful depressing topic. I will tell you that I was watching a TV show the other night, and a guy was bragging about his Tesla and how he came out of a show and he programmed it. The Tesla backed out of a parking spot, drove up like valet parking. And I thought, now that's pretty neat. So here we go. It's the idea of when is enough, and I think that I really like the idea of that. I test drove a Tesla a year ago that was $130,000 rig, and it was self-driving, and it was down in Las Vegas. I wrote a column about it, and it was really quite the experience. It was I was not I was afraid to take my hands off the wheel,
Yeah.
but it was telling me it wanted to. But I don't know. It's a brave new world. You look at what somebody said the other day that to someone like myself, 50 years ago is 1970 approximately. Well, that doesn't seem far at all to me, but to somebody in 1970, 50 years ago is 1918. Now that seems like a long time.
Yeah.
So I guess it's all it's the whole the things that we've seen. It's an interesting time. Great time to be alive. There's actually more peace on Earth right now than just about any time in history. We think of this as a with the problems in Israel and the problems in the Ukraine, but it's compared to past history. These are relatively peaceful times, and hopefully with Donald Trump in there, they'll become a lot more peaceful. But I wish him luck. Wish him well.
Yeah. Well, I'm reading. It's obvious where Tesla's going with their marketing material in Gentleman's Quarterly, which of course I read. The latest tagline from Tesla is saving garage doors everywhere, autonomous driving vehicles. Do you really want to let your wife park that car? So far, days without the garage door being crushed. There's up to 300 something in Tesla. Days without an incident in the garage with your wife driving, 4.
I would be nervous about that. Are you sure that's a real ad, or is that a spoof ad?
I'm just kidding.
That's going to say, because that number one, Tesla doesn't do any advertising, and number two, that's the anti-woke. Well, I was going to comment. I'm always talking about the weather this time of year, and my next column is going to be about wacky spring weather and how. And we're definitely back into the spring of deception. A while back in Lander here, we had 18 inches of snow, I think it was 18. So I think as a result, that would be called sprinter, like you and I have discussed it. I don't know. It's all I know is that, my gosh, the summers in Wyoming are just so spectacular. Last year we hosted a wedding at our home. We have a nice little spread in Lander. We have a little creek running through it, and a granddaughter of ours from Texas decided to get married there, and brought up about 100 Texans. And it was one of those nights where it was 70 degrees, no wind, no bugs, no humidity. I mean, everybody just couldn't get over.
Yeah.
Living in the air-conditioned outdoors, and I was pretty proud of Wyoming that night. I thought, it is really something to live for. And so anyway, that we're headed into that kind of weather, and that's really nice. But I don't know, Jake, what do you want to talk about? I've been listening. I listened in a little bit, and I'd like to talk about constellations. I can talk about. I'll give you a factoid today. Andrew was talking about Orion, who was the great hunter, by the way, and saying he was pursuing the 7 sisters at Pleiades. But your factoid for your readers today is, what's the Japanese word for Pleiades or the Seven Sisters?
You got
Yep,
me stumped.
it's Subaru.
Oh my goodness.
That's why that logo on the front of Subarus is 7 stars. That's the Pleiades.
Oh
That's
my.
the nickname. So there you go. Your listeners can all go to coffee and say, "Hey, I got a quiz for you guys. What's a?"
That's a really good one.
It is a good one. Who would have thunk? You know, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. So, but anyway, I was also going to talk about plowing highways. We've got one of the most ferocious passes in Wyoming, and South Pass, and we had one of the highest winds of the year so far. I think it was either 118 or 142 miles an hour up there, and that's a highway. I mean, we're not talking like up in Clark or where they have measured this stuff on the tops of mountains. This is at a highway. But anyway, in the winter, YDOT has a big crew that's stationed up there. They actually live up there in the winter, and so, or they go up there and live when there's snow coming, and so they always plow downhill. And sounds like the Beartooth Highway doesn't do that. They're trying to plow uphill, and man, let me tell you, that's a lot harder to do. Wowzer, that's a lot harder to do. So
yeah.
So maybe somebody needs to tell those Beartooth guys that, hey, you need to put a yurt up there and put some guys and some trucks up there and take your thermos and some TV dinners and collect a little battle pay for spending 2 or 3 weeks up on top of the mountain, and be a hell of a lot easier to plow it downhill than it is uphill. That's my offering for today for the MDOT and YDOT. How's that sound?
Smart advice from Bill Sniffen, how to handle Beartooth Pass. Just a scenic drive, amazing drive into Yellowstone from Montana. How best to plow it. That Lander cutoff you're talking about over South Pass, and that thing, what makes that, I mean, that is a especially challenging highway, long stretch of highway with no towns in the middle. I mean, you Farson on one end, Lander, on the other end, and just nothing. And there are days when you see that, no weather really to speak of, and all the roads are open, but you've got to double check that road every time because of the wind. It can get bad.
Yeah, and it's just the way the wind blows. And South Pass is historic in American history because of that gap in the mountains. That was really the key to Manifest Destiny. That's how come we were able to 500,000 people traveled over there in about 15-year period and settled Oregon and Washington and California and Utah, and that's why the America stretches from sea to shining sea. But it was South Pass was this because it's a dip. It gets so much wind as it's heading between the mountain ranges. So that's a gap in the mountain ranges. Oh boy, you think you've seen wind? Go up on South Pass sometimes, or go out on the Red Desert in that same vicinity. That's terrible. But the beauty of South Pass is you had the Sweetwater River. So oxen and horses, and they were pulling the wagons, could go up the pass, and there was always water up there.
Yeah. It's so important in that westward that whole immigration movement from, out west, when you're traveling, the flat states, Nebraska and the Dakotas, and it's just flat. And then you can imagine being the first time without maybe a guide, and you see the Rocky Mountains and you think, oh my, how do we get over that? Who discovered South? Was that a Jim Bridger thing? Who was the first to take settlers through South Pass and say, this is the way?
Bridger gets a lot of credit for it. He was one of the ones that guided people over it. And there was two couples. They were missionaries who went to Oregon another way, but they came back that way. So they were so there's a big marker up there. You talk about being politically correct, and there's a big marker that says one of them's named Whitman. But anyway, it's the first two white women to cross South Pass.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're a white woman, that's really special. Let's put a monument up to it. Which, by the way, the monument over my shoulder is I think the tri-territorial marker. There's a spot up there where part of Wyoming was once a part of Spain, a part of France, and a part of Britain, and I just think that's a pretty neat place. That's on my bucket list this summer. I haven't been up there for 50 years, so I'm anxious to go see it. But yeah, it's going to be a wonderful summer and great time to tour around. And if you watch the weather and listen to Don Day, keep an eye on Cowboy State Daily. You'll know when to go out and you get an early start. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's just too short, but it's maybe that's the reason why it's just so magical summer season in Wyoming. We know we got to take advantage of every day because there's not many of them, not enough of them.
That's for sure. And like my Texas people said, we live in the air-conditioned country, which to them is just stunning because from about May on, it's 90 degrees and 90% humidity. And that's a little hard to.
I can't imagine how they do it, in Houston, for instance, where, you're just running from AC to AC and you don't really spend time outside. That's too bad. But we got a good secret in Wyoming. Natural air conditioning.
Yeah. I didn't read the story about Charlie Kirk's appearance up at UW, but I assume it went well for him. But I know that we all worry that UW is getting pretty woke, but I think there's enough real Wyoming kids down there to treat him well.
Yeah,
he makes a lot of sense. I tell you what, he's I like him. He's a smart guy.
He was well received, even when he told college kids that college is not all that. They applauded, even though they're in college, and he did talk about America. In America, we get by on our grit, our hustle, and our character. It shouldn't imagine what color your skin is, and that's racism when you elevate the color of your skin above those qualities like grit, hustle, and character. That should be important. You want to talk about being not racist, don't look at color, said Kirk. Yeah, that should be downplayed, is what Charlie Kirk said, and it went over well.
Well, that's that to me is the truth, and I've gotten into some real arguments with some of my liberal friends where they still live in a bubble and they believe that this is such a racist place. And in my life, Jake, I spend a lot of time in Dallas, Texas, and a lot of time in Las Vegas, and a lot of that I have to admit is getting out of the Wyoming winters. But let me tell you, this country is turning brown. It is definitely a town of or a country of color, and I don't see anybody. I don't see me ever getting an advantage over anybody else. We're all just Americans, and I tried to tell that to my woke friends, and they're just horrified. They think, "Oh no, you have white privilege." I said, "No, I think if you've got the," I said, "the biggest danger white males have in getting a job is females of all colors." I have found that the women are just taking over, and there's a good reason because they're really good at what they do. They're multitaskers. Guys are kind of focused. We kind of do one thing.
Oh yeah.
Another. These women, they can do 3 or 4 things at a time.
I know.
I've got 3 daughters that are very successful. My wife is unbelievably successful, and you'll never hear me talking about white male privilege. But we may be complaining in the future about white female privilege, or maybe not white female, just female privilege, because they are. Gosh darn, the women are just taking over on everything, and it's all based on who can do the better job.
Yeah, and let's
but go ahead. I was going to finish my point. I just don't see any racism. I'm sure there are places, but there are ignorant people who still are racist. No doubt about that. but it's not a big deal. It's not the big deal that the Democrats try to make it.
Right. And I think we should be less worried, obviously, about color of skin and less worried about who's the minority, who's the majority, because depending where you are in the U.S., you might be a minority or the majority. Let's just all be Americans on equal footing. I get it.
That's true.
All right, Bill. Let's rock out of here.
Always good talking to you, buddy. See you next Friday.
You too. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
Bill Sniffen of the Cowboy State Daily Show on this Friday edition. 7 sisters factoring into Greek mythology, factoring into Native American legend concerning Devil's Tower. 7 sisters and 7 sisters also behind the name Subaru. So enlightening. We are informed and enlightened today by Bill Sniffen, as always. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Sorry, I was having some Zoom room difficulty expecting Dr. Carol Osborne, calling Dr. Osborne. And then the Zoom room doorbell rang, and I thought it was Dr. Osborne, but it was Mark Hines for some reason. And then Mark quickly realized his mistake and bailed out, and now I got nobody. So I'm all confused. I'm not sure where Dr. Osborne is. She might be busy with a dog or a cat. She's a DVM, works in Ohio, I believe. But she's nationally famous. She's got a couple of books out regarding dogs, cats, and she was going to talk to us about a variety of topics, veterinarian related, but I'm wondering maybe we got our signals crossed, or I don't know. So we can move on to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who has resumed doing her in-person town halls. Remember when we left Hageman last, she had encountered a rowdy crowd in Star Valley, Rock Springs, Laramie. It got out of hand, and Representative Hageman said, "That's it. I'm now going virtual because these in-person town halls just disintegrated." And now she's back, but with some changes. She now takes questions written out ahead of time. She doesn't necessarily curate the questions. She doesn't necessarily pick all softballs. She will take on whatever question you submit ahead of time, but she wants to get away from what became a problem with the town halls when people came up to the mic to ask questions, and then it just got into a yelling match, and it was just kind of ridiculous. Harriet Hageman back on the town hall thing. She was in Buffalo on Thursday, yesterday, and Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily editor, stopped in to just see how it would go. And it went pretty well, Greg said. About 200 people stuffed themselves into an old gymnasium. Anytime you can fit 200 people anywhere in Buffalo in one place, that's a significant event. Buffalo's a small town. I like Buffalo. Bomber Mountain Civic Center hosted 200 people. Hageman stopped by to hold the in-person town hall event. It did not get crazy. There was some pushback. There were some folks that wanted answers. For instance, when Congresswoman Harriet Hageman just reached into the question box and pulled out randomly one, the question said, "Why are you afraid to have your constituents speak at this meeting?" She read. And Harriet responded, "Well, that's an easy one. The answer is simple," Harriet Hageman said. "Those who deliberately disrupted the other town halls ruined it for everybody." That was her answer to why are you afraid to have your constituents speak at this meeting? Because she said in the past, "I've learned you've ruined it for everyone. It's become a free-for-all." So she's changed the way she's doing the town halls, the way she takes questions. It's made things go a little easier for her in Buffalo anyway. But she did have a few things that she talked about that were a little bit contentious. For instance, the closest the meeting got to getting out of hand was when Hageman read a question from someone about the deportation of Kilmar Elbrego Garcia to El Salvador. Garcia has been alleged to be a gang member, and the legal fight over whether he was deported illegally and should be allowed back in the U.S. has been fierce, has become the poster child of kicking people out, deporting people. It's been used by both sides as an example of what works or what doesn't work with Trump's immigration policies. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is he really a gang member? should he really have been deported back to El Salvador? Hageman was asked if she would pressure the Trump administration to return El Brago Garcia. And the crowd erupted when she said simply no. She said he's a gang member and a criminal. And the Trump administration is acting appropriately. The audience did not care for that answer for the most part. A large number of people in the audience, however, gave her a standing ovation for that response. Others loudly protested. Hageman continued. She said, if you're going to use somebody as your poster child, I don't know that I would have picked him, she acknowledged. But I will say, as far as immigration law goes, the president and the executive branch have an enormous amount of authority, and she sees nothing wrong with the deportation of Abrego Garcia. He may be not the baddest bad guy around, may not be the gangiest gang member, but she's in support of Trump's decision to deport him back to El Salvador. Yeah, other things went fairly smoothly at the meeting. We got the whole, well, not the whole thing, but got a big chunk of video about what happened to sort of make you feel like you were there in the room. Feel free to check that out. Cowboy State Daily. Story from Greg Johnson. Greg talks about it a little bit, got some photos, got Harriet Hageman there at the town hall and video of the event itself so you can feel like you were there. Cowboy State Daily wants you to be able to get the news in an unbiased fashion. And what's more unbiased than just putting you in a seat at the town hall? If you couldn't make it to Buffalo yesterday, check out the video. Feel like you were there. Leo Wilson with a story about State Treasurer Kurt Meyer. He has plans to invest state money, a lot of money. We're talking $1 billion, and you're required whenever you use the word billion to say billion with a B. State Treasurer Kurt Meyer says plans to use $1 billion up to $1.5 billion of the state's investment earnings in order to bring manufacturing to Wyoming. He said the timing of this proposal is in direct alignment with President Trump's ongoing tariff war. The idea for our state treasurer here in Wyoming, Kurt Meyer, is America wants to produce stuff itself. America wants to make things and buy things from itself. We shouldn't be beholden to China or any other outside country that's just going to make stuff for us. That's the idea that Trump is proposing with the tariffs, waging war with tariffs, and the economy's trying to empower domestic assembly line production in order to protect the country's independence and national security. And Kurt Meyer likes it, and he says, how can Wyoming be a part of this? Giving us the possibility of onshoring different types of things that might work in Wyoming, Meyer says, in light of tariffs, making this country more stable, more resilient, with higher paying jobs. Why not take a shot for Wyoming, says Treasurer Meyer. Wyoming wants to shoot its shot here as the Trump administration, with tariffs, has tried to make U.S. more self-sufficient industry in producing stuff here at home and consuming here at home. Become a domestic leader, for instance, in the production of rare earth minerals. Wyoming perfectly suited to do that. And Kurt Meyer wants to strike while the iron's hot. State Treasurer says plans to use $1 or $1.5 billion in investment earnings in order to help bring manufacturing to Wyoming. This story in the Cowboy State Daily, Leo Wolfson has that for you. Let's take time to do a little bit of rodeo here, and we'll be right back with This Day in History.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today our conversation continues with Tristan Hutchings from Monteview, Idaho. 25 years old, number 3 in the world in the bull riding event. Yesterday, he alluded to the fact that he was a state caliber wrestler back in high school. Today, we'll talk about how the sport of wrestling translated into success in the rodeo arena. That's coming up.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
Not all cattle supplements are created equal. Flaxlick is nutritionally engineered to bridge nutritional gaps, delivering the omega-3s, protein, vitamins, and minerals your herd needs for growth, reproduction, and immune support. Its 24-hour feeding system ensures consistent, controlled nutrient delivery day and night. Backed by research trusted by producers, Flaxlick is not just another tub. It's nutritionally engineered for optimal performance. Explore Flaxlick and find a dealer at smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com.
But I wanted to talk to you about, you were a football and a wrestler, right? And you qualified for the state wrestling tournament 4 years in a row. You just talked about it. Do you think that equates to success further down the road in whatever other career you choose to do?
For sure. Football's a little more of like a brotherhood. It's more of a team sport. If you fail, you let everybody else down. And then in wrestling, all you got is yourself. You're out there just you know. If you don't go do your job, if you don't go do what it's willing to take, you'll never win wrestling. Sometimes in football, they'll pick up the slack a little here and there, but you never want to put that on your teammates. But yeah, some of them tougher sports, they for sure forge you in who you need to be. That wrestling, it's tough. It's 6 straight minutes of who's tougher and who's worked harder throughout the year to have the best stamina and the best technique.
Tristan Hutchings from Montague, Idaho, won Rodeo Houston, won the American. He's won almost $200,000 since February in the rodeo arena, riding bulls. He's number 3 in the world, 3 straight NFR qualifications. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Now let's check out. Big thanks to Western Ag Network, and thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow report. Let's check out this day in history before we take a quick break. Get Wendy Core into the room. This day in 1898, the governor informed that Wyoming was to provide a battalion of infantry for the war with Spain. I think it was yesterday that the U.S. declared war against Spain in 1898. And a day later, the governor of Wyoming said we need a battalion of our best infantrymen to go to war with Spain. 1898. This day, April 25th, 1903, President Theodore Roosevelt visited Newcastle, Wyoming, and no doubt was blown over by the reception in Newcastle. President Roosevelt must have been making the rounds. It was just a couple of days before that he was in another town. I forget which one. But 1903, President Roosevelt making the trip to Newcastle, Wyoming. They're still talking about it today in Newcastle. Maybe. 1931, this day, legislature approves $15,000 to purchase Fort Laramie. 1945, the last Boeing B-17 attack against Germany concluded on this day. 1984, one of the most, if not the most severe spring blizzards ever to hit Wyoming began on this day, April 25th. In 1984, it would not stop until April 28th, 3-day spring blizzard in the mid-80s. Do you remember that? And the Atlantic City Mercantile was added to the National Registry of Historic Places on this day in history. We'll take a quick break, get right back in here with Wendy Core. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Into the Zoom room, Cowboy State Daily. I hope you have your tickets for tomorrow. Dan Miller's Cowboy Music Review performing at the Basin City Arts Center. 7 o'clock show, and you'll see this young lady, Wendy Core. You'll hear her, too. Wendy.
Thank you for pulling that up. Oh, my gosh, too cool.
I'm
yes,
excited.
We have a show tomorrow night. I'm excited. We are so excited. Basin is a wonderful, this art center is this amazing historic space.
Yeah.
And they've kept it up. I went to a different event there last week, but it's just a great spot. And it gathers people from all over the Bighorn Basin. It's that central location. But yeah, this is, I think, our third or fourth concert at the Basin City Arts Center. So it'll be me and Dan and Dan's daughter, Hannah, and her husband, Reese, and special guest, Shelby McNeil Simpkins, who has played with us in the past on the fiddle and sings with us as well. So, yeah, so it's going to be great.
Wait, Hannah plays the fiddle too, right?
Oh, Hannah plays fiddle and mandolin, and she sings. She's amazing. She's just so gifted. And she just doesn't get a chance to do this much anymore, even though she's been doing it since she was 6 years old.
Yeah.
But, now she's a speech therapist and works for Children's Resource Center. And so she doesn't get to do this very often, but we're so glad to have her and her husband with us and Shelby. So it's going to be great.
Cool. How's the acoustics in the Basin City Arts Center?
It's a fantastic venue. It really is. It's an old-fashioned, think of an old-fashioned theater.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned theater. So you've got all the seats, you've got the Art Deco, you've got the stage and the curtains and the lights, and so it's a great space. It's a historic space, but it's got wonderful acoustics.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think our lead story, the two stories I see generating the most interest on socials and getting the most feedback, comments, and Facebook, certainly. And I don't want to coach you into an opinion, but I can't help but share mine whenever I read this is Wyoming Activities Association, WHSAA Commissioner Trevor Wilson considering opening up a similar collegiate thing, the NIL, and we were covering it early this morning just to catch you up. It's name, image, likeness. It's basically the idea of paying high school kids to play sports, similar with what they do in college. For me and many people, the whole NIL, once you began paying college players, it's opened the door to a lot of problems, and it's ruining, in my opinion, college sports. It's ruining college. You see kids transferring. They don't want to be at their school anymore. They're chasing the money. Do we need this at the high school level where there are already problems with parents and coaches and referees? I don't like it. And a lot of people don't like it on the Facebooks, but it's an interesting story.
It is interesting. I saw somebody shared it just shortly after it was posted, and they had the angry face on there. And I understand that there are some differences, obviously, in Wyoming at the high school level versus the college level. There will be some parents, and these people will be the ones who are financially, able to. And they will possibly pull their kid out of a smaller school and take them into maybe a larger district where they've got more visibility. But at the same time, it's not like college where you can just, pull out of or change unless you're, like, say, independently wealthy. You can't just uproot where you live. And on the other hand, I understand the high school kids saying, well, the college kids get paid for their athletics.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to pull out the third hand, which is, what about the speech and debate kids and the music kids and the art kids?
Yes. That I did see a lot of comments like that. Captain of the speech. Yeah.
Athletics is, I'm sorry, folks, athletics is fleeting. The things that you learn in music, theater, speech and debate, art, those things you carry with you for your lifetime. Sports is fleeting. Sure, it's exciting, but it's fleeting. Why are we rewarding these athletes who, I'm not going to take anything away from them. Oh my gosh, they have worked so hard. They've sacrificed so much in order to play at the level that they're playing at. But I really, really believe that it's just high school. Let them be kids.
I know.
Let them be kids.
I know. I don't think we're worried too much about, every kid in Meeteetse suddenly moving to Sheridan or Star Valley or Cody to play for the football team.
They go to Cody. Yeah, they would go to Cody.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the great concern. It's just the idea of, you're trying to parent this kid and trying to teach him, look, throwing a football isn't everything. There's a lot of things you're going to need to learn about life. And then here's the 16-year-old saying, but they're going to pay me to play football. Like, it's hard to continue to be a parent and keep things in perspective when, and this
it's like, it's in a way, I think, like getting a scholarship to college, which is great.
Yeah.
I mean, especially this is, for some kids, this is their ticket to a bigger world. Is when they get a scholarship to go to a college that gets them out into the bigger world. This is not that. This might help some, struggling families if they've got a star athlete and the money would help their family. That's great, but that's going to be a very small minority of cases, I think.
Yeah, very small. And for the downside, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. That's that'll have to be voted on by a board of directors for WHSAA, and they have a lot of board of directors. So,
but my understanding is there's so many states that are already doing this.
There are a lot of states doing it. There are also 8 states that have banned the idea of even doing this. So, I think in other states, where like Texas, where high school football players are kind of famous. You could have a kid who's a junior on a high school football team, and he's headed to stardom, and you might want to, protect him and his family somehow financially. I could see that, but interesting. Another high school story from Claire McFarland involves the ongoing lawsuit in Rock Springs High School. Is Sweetwater County School District facing a lawsuit? Parents alleging that the school got a little too involved in their daughter, who was interested in transitioning to be their son. And how much help and encouragement did she get behind the parents' back? Communications with at least one former Rock Springs English teacher via email has surfaced. Should those emails be admissible in the lawsuit, in the trial, the school district is asking a judge to not allow those emails to be disclosed, although we've read them now, thanks to Claire's story.
We have, but here's the thing, and I understand where the school is coming from on this. This was one individual teacher. And this was not a teacher acting on any school policy. This was one teacher who took a personal interest in this child. And I understand I 100% see both sides.
Yeah, me too.
Because as a teacher, you see one of your students who is struggling. And it used to be okay for teachers to extend that extra help, to extend that extra sense of I'm a safe space for you. So at what point does that I'm a safe space for you turn into, oh, now I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get the school in trouble because I'm going to point you to some resources.
Yeah.
In this case, again, it's the teacher that crossed the line, not the school district. So I completely see where the school district has the right to ask that. Whether or not the judge sees it that way is another thing. But I don't see how the school could have prevented that.
Very good point. I didn't really think of that. Is the district is saying this teacher was acting on his own and the email should not be. That's a good point. I was wrestling more with at what point is the school and teachers at a school required to stay in their lane, so to speak, with issues that should be solved with a family and at home. But I do understand teachers and their role with kids. Sometimes they spend more time with kids than parents do, unfortunately. And they do feel like they want to come alongside. They do want to help. That's why they're teachers. They want to help kids, but tough topic.
My daughter was a assistant theater director at Cody High School for 2 years, I think. And she and her director were that safe space because the theater program does truly draw these kids that are looking for their place in the world.
Yeah.
And so many of them, and they were that safe space for these kids where they could be themselves. And they were sympathetic and they were an extra set of parents when maybe the parents either weren't available to them or were not sympathetic or empathetic with their situation. Parents we don't come with a manual. We don't know how to deal with something when our kid does something that we can't understand.
Yeah, and people who
some
say
parents aren't equipped for that.
Yes, and people who say these are issues should be solved at home. Sometimes the home situation is not good, not healthy.
Exactly.
And someone just wants to step in that gap. I get it. But yeah, tough call there with that lawsuit. Claire McFarland's been reporting on that story for a while. We had 2 public speaking engagements, one that went kind of well. Charlie Kirk rocked the house in Laramie, even telling college kids that maybe college isn't for them. They still clapped and like
mind blown.
Charlie won him over at UW with a speech in front of about 1,800. And Harriet Hageman's back to in-person town halls in Buffalo. It didn't go quite as rocky and rowdy as it has in other places.
Nope, they were able to. She was able to keep things very structured. And there were still people that said, oh, come on, and were still speaking out against the things that she's saying, which is good. That means that it's real discourse and nobody can say, oh, they paid somebody to be here and to protest. That's not this case. These are real, true Johnson County residents, folks who have concerns about what, or are celebrating one or the other, the things that are happening in Washington, D.C. So those public forums, I think, are so valuable.
Yeah,
I do give kudos to Representative Hageman for going out and doing those things. And whether or not she does anything with that information, I can't say. But at least, she's out there taking that information direct from them. Before we lose time here, I need to make sure people know that tomorrow's Roundup guest is so cool. I have Ned Ledoux.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
So Ned and I had a great chat. And so I'm going to put that on the podcast for tonight. So folks, wherever you get your podcasts, look for the Roundup a Cowboy State Daily podcast. And also you can get it on our YouTube channel. You can get it on our website, but it's a fun conversation.
Rodeo star. Rodeo
Yeah.
star turned singer Chris Ledoux. That's his kid, Ned, Casey, Wyoming, and that's pretty neat.
Exactly.
What did Ned reveal anything that is gonna?
I think that everybody needs to pick up or listen to his new album, Safe Haven.
Yeah.
It's a very personal album for him. It's named for his daughter who died at age 2.
Okay.
And her name was Haven. And there's a song there. I get chills just thinking about it. There's a song on there. It's called Haven's Lullaby. And it's just an instrumental. It's beautiful. And there's another song on there that I downloaded immediately. It's called Real as I Believe. It's such a gorgeous song. And it's about heaven is as real as you believe. And, he's talking about his dad. He's talking about his daughter. He's talking about anybody that we've lost or dreams that we've had. So I get teary-eyed just thinking about it, but it's a great song. So listen up.
Ned Ledoux, I'm excited to hear that. That's the Roundup Wendy Coors podcast. Check it out this weekend with Ned Ledoux. That's cool. Wendy, have a great week. Have a great show tomorrow. Break a leg.
Thank you so much, Jake. You have a great day.
All right. Wendy Coors joined the Cowboy State Daily Show and her weekend Roundup podcast with Ned Ledoux. That'll be exciting. A don't miss opportunity. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk spoke to a crowd of about 1,800 people at the University of Wyoming campus on Thursday night. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was in the audience for Kirk's first ever appearance at UW. He reports that Kirk urged the attendees, made up primarily of college students, to cast aside liberal ideologies, including critical race theory and principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Kirk took lots of questions, many of which from less than friendly questioners, which was very interesting to watch the back and forth. They talked about all sorts of topics ranging from immigration to race in America to federal cuts that have been brought by President Donald Trump's administration. Kirk was a firm supporter of the Trump administration policies and stood behind him. The vast majority of the crowd was certainly supporting of his perspectives. But like I said, some of the questioners definitely pushed back on him.
Kirk is the CEO and founder of the conservative youth activist organization Turning Point USA. He's on a tour of college campuses and has a stated goal of, quote, empowering young people to promote the principles of free markets and limited government. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department's landowner tag program allows qualifying property owners to apply for 2 hunting tags for each of certain huntable species, including elk, deer, antelope, and wild turkeys. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a proposal to boost the number of acres people must own to apply for the landowner hunting tags in Wyoming could cut out smaller property owners across the state.
I talked to a couple folks who own smaller acreages. They own like 300-400 acres, and they're worried that the qualifications, they might push it up into the 600 acre or more range, which they argue would cut a lot of people out, that there are a ton of people who own those 100, 200, 300 acre parcels in Wyoming that they like to hunt on. And their concern is if this goes through, that would cut a whole segment of people out from being qualified for landowner tags. So this is one, obviously, we're going to watch and see what develops.
Not everyone is in favor of the program. Some are worried that people use the landowner tags to market Wyoming properties as essentially hunting preserves for wealthy out-of-staters. PacifiCorp confirmed this week it's moving ahead with a plan that could ultimately retire the iconic smokestacks of its Dave Johnston power plant between Glenrock and Casper. The energy experts contacted by Cowboy State Daily's David Madison offered a range of opinions about the novel oxy-combustion technology and carbon sequestration plans unfolding at the Dave Johnston plant.
This depends entirely on an affordable way to sequester the CO2 that will come off of this technology in the plant. The technology promises to retire the smokestacks, but you got to do something with that CO2 that is produced, and it could be really costly.
PacifiCorp noted that the work happening at Dave Johnston is still in the feasibility phase, so a decision to build the facility has yet to be made. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back?
Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, Anatolian livestock guardian dogs are fierce enough to take on grizzlies and wolves, but gentle enough to babysit toddlers. That's what happened in Arizona earlier this month when 2-year-old Bowden Allen was led to safety by an Anatolian Pyrenees dog named Buford. Montana rancher Lauren Stoddard told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that she wasn't the least bit surprised by the account. After all, her huge dogs of similar breed, Anatolian Shepherds, are gentle with and protective of her own toddler daughter.
A toddler, a 2-year-old boy, disappeared from his house, but 16 hours later he turned up. Turned out that a rancher's Anatolian Pyrenees cross had found the boy and stayed with him and then led him back to safety. So I reached out to someone we've interviewed before who has Anatolian Shepherd dogs. So it happens that she also has a toddler daughter, and she says the same thing, that those dogs will follow her daughter around. They'll get between the kid and the hazard, or they'll go so far as to push the kid away from dangerous things.
Stoddard previously told Cowboy State Daily that her dogs aren't the least bit afraid of chasing hungry apex predators off her property and away from her livestock. And she says that when it comes to doing their jobs, they're smarter than humans. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility. And I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
I've always loved space and football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM opens up your world to a universe of opportunities in life. This is my time. Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started. This is my time. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Find your place in space. This is my time. Space for All.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Friday. It's the weekend. Let's get out of here. Well, we got one more hour. I'm ready for the weekend. I'm ready for Leo Wolfson to pop into the Zoom room. Leo got a trio of stories we're following. Actually, 4 in all that interest me. In the Cowboy State Daily. You got to check it out at cowboystatedaily.com online. Our lead story of the day, I think, at least the story that's generating a ton of interest, as evidenced on Facebook. That's where I go to Facebook. I go to the socials to see what people are saying about the news. What are people saying about stories? What are the comments? And I figured early this morning this would be one of the most commented on stories of the day. And so far it is. A lot of people weighing in on whether we should pay high school athletes to play sports. It's being done in college now, and some say to the ruination. Is that a word? The ruination of college. A lot of comments, a lot of interest on the story from Leo Wolfson. High school athletes in Wyoming may soon be able to make money off their athletic performance. Now, in some states, I guess you could be a high school sports athlete of some note. And there's some kids that play high school sports in Wyoming that are, maybe as famous as you can be. I'm thinking of let's use Cody Talich as an example. Talich playing football up there Luke Talich playing football in Cody. Use him as an example. He was pretty famous in Cody. I mean, everybody in Park County knew who Luke Talich is. And, he now plays college football for Notre Dame. But, how many high school athletes in Wyoming are very small percentage going to be able to take any advantage of NIL money. Anyway, let's get Leo Wolfson in here. Leo, I don't want to coach you into an opinion. I've already got mine. And a lot of people have theirs. According to the Facebook comments, your story I knew would be explosive. Do we pay high school athletes to play sports? They're doing it in college. It's called NIL, name, image, and likeness. And a lot of folks at the college level say it's ruining college sports. Why ruin high school sports? Now, a lot of issues brought up here, including, is this a solution in search of a problem? Even the commissioner of the WHSAA admits he's not really getting any pressure to do this. What the point? There's a lot of reasons to say no, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'll give away some of my personal opinion. I tend to agree. I think that I don't even know if it's debatable that it's had a negative impact on college sports. I think it's that bad. But to play a little devil's advocate, it's limited in college sports to some of the biggest teams for the most part. You're not seeing the small colleges really getting too involved with it, although it's taking a lot of their potential talent. So they are negatively impacted by it. I think you're only going to see more of that, and even to a larger extent in Wyoming. At the end of the day, I just don't think there's that much available money that would be wanted to be spent on high school athletes. The very top ones, there could be a market for it. Like we were talking about Luke Talich. I legitimately think he probably could have made a little bit of money off this had this been allowed while he was in high school. But, at the end of the day, I mean, businesses have to want to take part in this, and there's a lot of cooperation that needs to occur. But, the way Trent Wilson looked at it is I think he sees it from like an ethical standpoint of just giving these athletes the opportunity if such opportunity exists. But I think there's a lot of reason for concern for sure.
Many other states have addressed the issue and have something in place, some framework for their high school athletes to make money. 7 states have outright banned it, seeing what happened to college. And to me, there's 2 aspects. You look at what it's done to college, and you've got kids chasing money by getting into the transfer portal. Baylor has no basketball team left. They all went. University of Wyoming football team, every week we hear of another guy who wants out, chasing the money. I don't think that'll be an issue in high school. Your parents aren't going to uproot you, and you're not going to move from Batiti to Cody to play football every other day but the idea of where are your loyalties and what are you in school for in college that's been lost. You're not even there to go to school and get an education anymore. It's more important to make money playing football and then go make money playing football for the pros. Do you really need a 16-year-old high school kid? Every mom and dad will tell you this kid's hard enough to deal with. If you tell him he's going to get paid to throw a football, how am I going to get him to go to school? I know. And
at the end of the day, like Gatorade isn't going to be scouting for most Wyoming players to look to give a big paycheck to. Let's be honest about this. It's exactly it. And what's frustrating for me to watch is that I always believe that the guarantee of a free college scholarship, I feel like that is worth a monetary value. You can't just dismiss that and say that's nothing. So this rhetoric that the college athletes weren't being compensated, I find fault with that. And the statistics show that of the states where this is legal on a high school level, 2% of the athletes are actually taking advantage of it. And then less than 1% of that are actually making money off of it. I think a lot of these athletes that are even taking some advantage of it, they're getting like free pizzas and like trade deals stuff like that. So, I mean, you can say that, okay, so then what's the harm? And I can see that argument too. But what's worth pointing out, what I do find interesting, is that most states have legalized this for the high school level. Of those 7 states that did ban it, I consider actually some of the more competitive high school states, competitive, if you will. But I look at states like Alabama banned it. That's like king of high school football, Alabama. West Virginia, Michigan. These are states where high school sports probably is actually more competitive than your average state. And I think there might be something to that. Those are states actually might be states where you might be more likely to see some of this, and they banned it. I think that's something worth thinking about too. It's still a long way from being passed. The WSHAA will consider it at their meeting on Tuesday, but then they'll have to consider it again way off in September. So they'll get plenty of opportunities for the public to speak on this.
Somewhere there's probably a quarterback in West Texas high school team that, he's being used by the local car wash, saying so-and-so is going to be at the car wash, come get and he'll get a free car wash. And that's all it's really amounting to at this point, probably at high school level.
And if that's all it is, I don't know if there's that's all that bad, like, to be honest.
Right.
I mean, that's not for me to opine on. It's very interesting.
Well, talk about being a persuasive speaker or preaching to the choir. You've won over your audience when you're speaking at a college and you tell all the kids out there, maybe college isn't for everybody. Or that's like Johnny Cash playing at a prison and saying, it's your own fault you're in here. I mean, Charlie Kirk at Laramie speaking at UW was pretty well received. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and that's what I pointed out in my story. I found it highly ironic that he was preaching to a bunch of students that basically did the opposite of what he's preaching, and they're taking it in like uproariously. They're eating it up like fried chicken. So it's an interesting dynamic. But yeah, basically his whole argument is that people should be much more respective of students going into the trades and going into more non-traditional college situations like tech schools and stuff like that. Who's basically, there's multiple tech schools, WyoTech students that went up there and spoke, and he basically just lauded them with praise and compliments. So it's an interesting argument to make, and I think it is slowly the way the world is going. I think there is that trend for sure, and I'm not trying to speak against that at all. I just found it kind of an ironic dynamic. But yeah, Kirk was mostly supported by the audience of about 1,800 people at the UW Arts and Sciences Auditorium last night. Typically, what he does at these campus visits is he openly engages debate with people who disagree with him on topics, and he'll go at it, and they'll debate it. And that's what did occur last night to some degree. There was about 5 people who came up and did debate with Kirk on a variety of topics. But I thought it was interesting that the vast majority went up there kind of just to offer him either compliments or softball questions, kind of hammer in their pre-existing views at the event.
It's good, and good for UW students to kind of elevate their thinking, even when Charlie Kirk said, college isn't for everyone. It's not all maybe it used to be. Gets you into college debt, and maybe you don't need college. And in preaching to kids actually at a 4-year university, to be able to rise above that, think above that, and give him applause. I like where their heads were at. Kirk also talks a lot about DEI and DEI practices, and what's more discriminatory, using someone's color or skin over stuff we should be valuing: grit, hustle, character. That's what we should look for in America, whether you're looking to fill a job or whatever. Look at someone's character, not what they look like. That's truly not being racist in Charlie Kirk's mind. That went over well at the school.
Oh yeah, tremendously well. I think that's definitely his viewpoints. He's in lockstep with President Donald Trump's administration on these racial issues. Basically, the Trump administration has moved to get rid of DEI, critical race theory, and it's related things like affirmative action in as it relates to institutions, agencies that get federal funding. So Kirk fully supports those actions. He considered it. I think he described it as the 4 horsemen. Some of those principles. His argument basically is that any kind of recognition of racial standards is racism in itself, which is an argument that could be made. I'm not going to say whether I agree with that or not, but it's a very interesting point to be made, and that's kind of where the conservative movement is definitely at today. What Kirk is really trying to do is he's trying to harness the youth, the Gen Z generation, and inspire conservative thought, at least get it kind of sparked in their heads. Traditionally, the college age population is the most liberal in society, just historically. However, there are stats showing that this Generation Z actually might be much less liberal than ones behind it, ones that already came. So that's an interesting thing to think about, and he's trying to tap into that and really trying to kind of engage those voices and bring them together, and I think feel confident to express themselves in a traditional liberal setting, which is usually most college campuses. He founded Turning Point USA, which is basically a group kind of dedicated to uniting conservatives on college campuses. The UW chapter has grown significantly over the last 5 to 7 years. So yeah, it's all kind of part of this larger trend that we're seeing.
Well, Kirk went over well the other night at UW. I don't know if on his tour we have scheduled UC Berkeley. That would be interesting. See how Charlie Kirk goes over there. But
he
good
is
news.
going to some of the UC schools actually next week. It looks like his next stop is May 1st at UC San Diego.
Interesting. All right. 2 more stories we want to get to about Leo Wolfson. We got some quarterly reports out on who has how much in their war chest. Cynthia Lummis has already announced that she'll be running for re-election next year. She's got about $1.5 million to date to spend. Senator Barrasso, who is not running until 2030, has some $7 million in the bank, cash in hand. And Congresswoman Harriet Hageman has just under $1 million, but we still don't know, I think. Has she announced her intentions for 2026? And rumors that maybe the governorship could be on the table. I don't know. What do you make of our 3 Wyoming delegates?
Yeah, Lummis is really the one that's truly in play for 2026 that we know of. That's why she's kind of throwing it out there, how much money she has on hand and how much to work with. It's definitely an intimidation tactic for sure, to say, hey, look, I'm working with this kind of money. Do you really want to take me on?
Yeah.
And I think that most people probably wouldn't have much of a chance against her. She's pretty popular in the state, and long time Wyoming lawmaker, literally goes back to the early 90s when she served in the Wyoming legislature. But yeah, just kind of showing the world that she raised about more than $400,000 in the first quarter, and she has $1.5 million cash on hand. I mean, politics is so money driven these days, even in Wyoming, and that's big money in Wyoming politics. Other states that wouldn't raise too many eyebrows, but yeah, she's getting ready for it. And then as far as Hageman, what you're saying, that's the ultimate question mark. And everyone's around the state's been asking me about it for the past 6 months. What is she going to do? And I don't have much of a better barometer than anybody else. It's interesting to see, though. It seems that Hageman also has about $850,000 at her disposal right now, just in her congressional federal account. I believe she also has a state level account that has some money in it as well. So yeah, that's the ultimate question, whether she's going to run for re-election again. If Hageman does run for re-election again, she has an extremely strong chance of getting reelected. But the governor's race could be interesting. She also have a strong chance for that as well, but it's a totally different dynamic. So yeah, everyone's looking at 2026, but Lummis is probably going to be a strong candidate, if not lock, for that year.
Speaking of spending money in the state, Treasurer Kurt Meyer is ready to spend some $1.5 billion of investment earnings to really come alongside what Trump is doing with tariffs. I mean, just to make it, paraphrase in one simple sentence, the Trump administration with these tariffs is trying to make America more self-sustainable, try to, have stuff produced in America, consumed by Americans, and less dependent on foreign nations. And why shouldn't Wyoming jump in on that? Rare earths, several reasons. Treasurer Meyer sees strike while the iron's hot kind of thing. He wants to get in on it.
Yeah, that's right. It's very vague details about what this actually involves, but what Meyer wants to do is spend about $1 billion to $1.5 billion of state investment earnings. So this is the profit generated off the investments, and use it to try to bring manufacturing and other economic opportunities to the state. Is really part of taking advantage of President Donald Trump's ongoing tariff war, which Meyer and many others believe could create many opportunities for domestic production. Now, when will that domestic production occur? That's the ultimate debate. And how easily will it occur? That's very, very debatable, and that's yet to be seen. But yeah, the whole idea is basically taking advantage of the economic landscape to Wyoming's advantage. Giving Wyoming a shot is what Meyer described it as, and just looking for opportunities where they may lie. And there are opportunities out there. Manufacturing has shown modest growth in the state, and I think a lot of people look to that sector specifically as probably showing a ton of potential for the future. We have tons of open spaces, tons of potential areas where you could build a warehouse or other kind of manufacturing type things on the cheap. And then stuff that we already have in the ground, as far as the oil and gas opportunities, rare earth minerals, gypsum, all sorts of things that certainly could be exploited. And he wants to try to get the wheels churning on that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Leo Wilson's byline all over the place today at Cowboy State Daily with some thought-provoking news stories. Fantastic. Leo, thanks for being on. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. You too.
You bet. We're going to get Bags, your buddy Bags, on the show next. John Baggett, his show tomorrow, Cowboy State Daily Show weekend version. Don't miss that tomorrow. Bags is going to come on, tell us who his guests are, how the show's going to look and feel tomorrow, Saturday. We'll do that next after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Friday. Bags in a room. John Baga will be on the show tomorrow. He'll be doing the show. He is the show tomorrow, Saturday. He's got a good one lined up, including I should get with the program, eh? I muted you because you were talking during the commercial break.
Yeah, you keep muting me and I keep unmuting. Oh, yeah, good. I was thinking,
right.
Where's that ropes hat? And then finally, when it applied, he's not.
I know. You're gonna King Ropes tomorrow for real?
Yeah, Don. The legacy here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and it's funny. Don King will be on the show, the grandson and of the King family here, obviously. Here in Wyoming, we recognize the name, but I was in Amsterdam one time. This is about 7 years ago. And we're running around, doing Amsterdam things. And there's this guy with a King Ropes hat on, Sheridan, Wyoming. So I walked right up to him and I said, "Hey, my family's from there." And he was German and he barely spoke any English and he kept pointing at it. And I was saying, "From Sheridan, hey, King Ropes." But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Wall Drugs. You'll be in Key West, Florida, and you'll see a sign that says Wall Drugs, 3,028 miles this way. But the King Ropes brand, it is really worldwide. And of course, the King family, they're just regular folks here in Sheridan. Everybody, does spends a little time in there. It's one of the great stores you'll ever go into. And King Ropes, King Saddlery, and the Don King Museum. If you ever come to Sheridan, make sure that that's on your to-do list. It is amazing what they have. And I think I read some upwards of 600 saddles in there from the dawn of time. And so Don's going to be on the show. I've known Don since he was a teenager, and we'll talk about the family, the legacy. We'll talk about the museum and some really interesting stories. Some of you may know this, but the Queen of England in 1984 came to Sheridan, Wyoming. She is related somehow to the Wallop family. I work with Paul here at Wallop here at Century 21 BHJ in Sheridan. But the Queen came to England and she went shopping at King Saddlery, King Ropes. And there's a great picture, and I'll plop that up on the screen when we do the show with Don tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So he's at the 6 o'clock hour.
So it's the Queen at King. You would expect no less. By the way, Bags, my very first saddle, the first saddle I ever bought when I came out west to Wyoming, I bought a King Saddlery. That was before I got fancy enough to have them custom made, but I bought a saddle of Kings. And tell Don I have these in 5 different colors. I love King Ropes hats, and they mean cowboy. I mean, they should declare.
It's the real deal.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
And you see Ian Munsick, he's on stage more than half the time he wears his. We're very proud of that operation here because it is such top quality, the craftsmanship. You just got to see it to believe. There's no sense me bragging about it.
Yeah.
It's really amazing. So Don's on in the 6 o'clock hour. Then I'm really excited about this too. I've been blessed to have been to Israel twice. As a practicing Christian, it's more or less a pilgrimage for many of us. The first time was business. It was a media event, and now that's 10 years ago. About 6 years ago, I went with a group of pastors, including one of my pastors. His name is Jeff Baxter. He's an incredibly interesting man. Ever since he went with us 6 or 7 years ago to Israel, he's been taking pilgrims every year, sometimes twice a year, back to Israel to visit. So he is somewhat, and he's written a book about Israel. We'll talk about that too. And he has some incredible stories of traveling in Israel, and I've traveled with him, so I know he's legit. And the how Israel, volatile part of the world, it has been since quite literally the dawn of time. So that's Pastor Jeff Baxter on at the 7 o'clock. Then you might remember this. This is nuts. It takes a generation that's approaching mine to remember when Rich Goins, he goes by the G-Man. He's one of the more legendary sportscasters in Denver, and he at one time he lived on a billboard for I think it was 35 days when he made a bet that he wouldn't that he'd stay up on a billboard till the Broncos won. It was right after they had gone into the Super Bowl a couple of times, and they were really very competitive. And then they went on this losing streak. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, the
vaguely.
G-Man on the billboard.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a real thing, and he and I lived through that. I ended up being in charge of security, Jake, by virtue of my size. This was the most haphazard, spontaneous radio stunt that went amok. I mean, he almost died up there. He got pneumonia. They were doing it, went live nationally. Bob Costas had a national radio show. And about 2 weeks into this, he started checking in with the G-Man every night on his national show, which is really what made G quite famous in Denver radio. So G, he'll be on the show. We're going to talk about that and all the crazy. This guy is rubbing elbows with celebs more than anybody I know. And then Paul Radzi. Paul Radzi is a incredibly talented. Oh, by the way, G is in the 8 o'clock hour, the G-Man. And then 9 o'clock here in Sheridan, this man is so incredibly talented. He has a baritone voice. I've seen him perform more than a few times. He's an actor, entertainer, and a singer. And so he's got his finger on the pulse of entertainment, theater, in Sheridan, Wyoming, and in other parts of the state as well. He does theater as well in Casper. His name is Paul Radzi, and I'm going to have him live in the Bags. We haven't named the studio yet. I think I'm going to do a contest. My little humble abode studio at my house. So he's going to come by. We're going to hang out for an hour and talk about entertainment focused on Wyoming. Concerts, plays, whatever else comes up. So that's 9 o'clock hour with Paul Radzi on Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday edition with your buddy Bags.
Hey, you can ask Paul, is it, the G-Man,
Yep.
Ask him what he thinks about Denver's draft pick, their first-round pick as a corner.
Oh, G-Man, Rich Goins, the 8 o'clock hour. I don't know if Paul Radzi might have his own idea about it too.
But ask the G-Man.
That's going to be a primary topic, is going to be what's going to happen with the Broncos this year, as he was very intimately involved for decades covering the Broncos, and usually draft day for him was a big deal. So we'll talk about that, as well as just the evolution of radio from, I would say, the shock jock era of radio that he and I were involved in the 90s together down in Denver. Some of the crazy radio stuff that we used to do. We'll get into that too. So it should be an interesting morning.
Well, the Broncos, I don't know if they're going to be any better in the win-loss column next year, but nobody is going to want to throw on this team because this corner is good they picked up, and they've already got a secondary that is really challenging to throw on. The Broncos.
Well, they said they were going to, beef up that secondary, make it, tough. That was a primary goal. I remember going into the draft. So, and again, we got Bo Nix with a little bit more experience. I'm on board with this guy. Things aren't perfect, but I see development, and I see that just that try, that effort out there, and and I like his athleticism. So I'm expecting good things from him. So go Broncos.
Go Broncos. And tomorrow on the show, I'll be interested in hearing when you talk to you're talking to that pastor about visiting Israel. You've been twice, and everybody I've not been. My wife has been, though. Everybody I talk to who's ever been to the Holy Lands and the land that is named and is the venue and the setting for so many stories in the Bible, Old and New Testament. They say the same thing. I'm surprised how small it is. This town is so near this town and the Dead Sea, and it's all just.
The interesting thing too, Jake, is look where Israel sits on the map, on the globe. It is the center of the universe, so to speak. You've got Asia, you've got Europe, and you've got Africa, all converging right there. So you wonder why, at least in the faith that we follow, why Jesus was born there, because it really was, and it was in the most volatile place on the planet at the time, with the Romans occupying and all kinds of strife and terrible, tyrants in charge and so forth. And then here comes the Prince of Peace, born right in the middle of it. And then when you go there and you see it and how close Syria is and how close Lebanon is, and of course the Gaza Strip and the Golan Heights and all that stuff we watch on the news every day, here we are thousands of years later, and it's still the most volatile place on the planet.
And
it's amazing.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a surprise, because if you do read the Bible, it's biblical prophecy promised it would remain volatile, and that's how things would begin, and that's how things would end. That practically the whole world would wage war on Israel, and Israel would be victorious. And until 1946, we're all wondering, what's Israel? It's not even a country.
Yeah.
And it's all coming true. It's so incredible to be able to go over there and stand on that ground.
I would say this to anyone thinking about it, Jake, including you and your wife. I would say the Bible will come to life before your eyes, and you'll never be able to read the Bible again without seeing that place. It happens every single time, and my wife and I will look at each other if our pastor mentions a place, if he's talking about Golgotha or some other mention in the Bible, and we'll look at each other and remember being there and standing there. All those places are real, and they exist. And so Pastor Baxter has been, I would venture now, he's been dozens of times. So he'll have a lot of stories, a lot of insight.
What an interesting show you got lined up tomorrow. You're going to cover a lot of ground. Your buddy Bags and the Cowboy State. You're gonna talk King Ropes. Talk about the Mecca. I mean, that's the Holy Land in Sheridan. You're gonna talk about the G-Men, Denver Broncos. A little bit of a virtual visit to Israel and some entertainment in the Wyoming.
You bet.
Dang.
The spice of life. Variety, my brother.
Are you going to fit all that into a Saturday morning?
People talk about, podcasts. They say, well, he's got an hour-long podcast. Well, I've got 4 hour-long podcasts lined up one after another. That's how I look at it.
Well, that'll be fun. Don't miss it. Cowboy State Daily and the show with John Baggett tomorrow. That'll be a fun Saturday.
Your buddy Bags.
Thanks, Bags, for coming on. Appreciate you.
You bet. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for having me on. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a great show tomorrow. Great weekend. Cowboy State Daily, that's your buddy Bags. He'll be on hosting the show tomorrow on a weekend version of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take one last quick break and wrap things up on this finally Friday after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
And we go traipsing gaily along on this Friday, working our way to the weekend. A few more stories that we should touch on before our time is up. This one from Claire McFarland. She's been following this story. You probably heard about it when the arrest was made. And now we got a plea deal in the case of the hotel housekeeper accused of stealing coins out of a room in a hotel at the Plains Hotel in Cheyenne. And a plea deal has been struck. Renee Maria Manzanares, accused of stealing nearly $26,000 in rare coins from an elderly couple that was displaced out of their home. By the way, this couple was, kind of down on their luck. A mudslide had caused their house to be uninhabitable. And it just so happened their neighbor at this house is the owner of the Plains Hotel in Cheyenne. The neighbor. And the neighbor said, why don't you come and stay at my hotel? You can stay for free while your house is being fixed. That's pretty nice. The hotel owner and neighbor is named Astrid. No last name given, which is interesting. Astrid, who's the name of the kid that, if you watch The Office, Michael has the on and off relationship with his boss, and she has a kid who Michael thought was his, but wasn't. And she named him Astrid. And Michael mistakenly, I think somebody called it Astrid. So Astrid, the hotel owner, anyway, I digress. She said, stay in my hotel. That's pretty nice. So they did, and look what they got. The head of housekeeping, Manzanares, 46-year-old, found some coins under the mattress or wherever they were, and went as far as to take the coins and then go sell some of them at a local coin shop because they were, I guess, rare coins. $26,000 in value in all. This former hotel housekeeper has been since fired, obviously, and has signed a plea agreement. And here's something else interesting we learn. Besides, Astrid owns the Plains Hotel and is apparently very generous to her neighbors. We also learned something called an Alford guilty plea, which I didn't know what that was, and only probably lawyers and Claire McFarland know what that is. But Renee Maria Manzanares gave an Alford guilty plea. Alford, A-L-F-O-R-D. And it's similar to pleading no contest, sort of. An Alford guilty plea works like a normal guilty plea, but it's merely an admission that the state has enough evidence to convict on the charge. So I wonder if other states have that. So it's essentially a plea agreement which allows the defendant to not admit guilt, sort of. I guess it is an admission of guilt, but it allows you to plea down. And in this case, Manzanares sort of says, all right, you've got enough on me. You got the goods on me, but I don't want it on my record. I don't want to go to court over it. So the plea agreement says that in exchange for the Alfred plea, the prosecutor will agree to 3 years probation with a possibility waiting of 18 to 36 months in prison if Manzanares violates that probation. Manzanares is scheduled to give this Alford plea Monday in Laramie County District Court. The judge may accept or reject the plea deal. Claire McFarland has this story in the Cowboy State Daily regarding what looks like resolution to a case that we found out about months ago. I think Claire had the original story. And now we get to the Alford plea, which is news to me about what that is. See, we're always learning on the show, which is good, right? Let's do a quick Don Day weather forecast because weather factors into our next story, which we're heading up to Beartooth Pass. Dress warm. Beartooth Pass, and we're going to go plow that high mountain scenic pass once we know we have compliant weather. Here's Don Day.
Well, on this Friday, it's still going to be a little on the cool side, especially out on the eastern plains where upslope will keep temperatures only in the 40s and 50s. Some remaining showers and a little bit of fog and low clouds will be around. We're going to see elsewhere across the state partly cloudy skies and a few isolated late day showers. Good news for the weekend. We're going to warm up. Southwest winds aloft will bring in warmer air. In fact, temperatures Saturday will be 50s, 60s, or might even be some 70s this weekend. A quick rebound in temperatures, but it won't last. There's a strong cold front that'll be coming across the state Sunday night into Monday and Tuesday. This will bring falling temperatures, rain and snow and thunder back to Wyoming, and we could see significant snow in Wyoming's northern and northwest mountains. The Beartooth Mountains, the northern side of Yellowstone National Park, the northern Bighorn Mountains, and the Wind River Mountains and Tetons as well could see heavy spring snows late Sunday night into Monday and early Tuesday with a mixture of rain, snow, and thunder on the plains. So a little bit of everything in the outlook between today and the weekend and early next week. Typical spring weather across the Cowboy State.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
See, this is exactly what I'm worried about for the crews that are going to be plowing Beartooth Pass. Usually, I think they time it a little better. They try to get the pass open by Memorial Day. They being two entities plow Beartooth Pass, we learn. In the Cowboy State Daily story from Andrew Rossi, Montana Highway Department starts at one end. This is a pass that takes you from Montana into Yellowstone National Park. And it's a very scenic route. And it's a mountain pass. I mean, 5,000 feet above sea level minimum with a climb to almost 11,000 feet or more than somewhere around 11,000. It's a pretty cool run. Beautiful. I know motorcyclists love to take it in the summer, but it is far from prime time right now up there. I mean, there's a lot of snow. And the Montana Department of Transportation started clearing its side of Beartooth Pass all the way back on April 18th. But had they waited and listened to Don Day's weather forecast, they would know that whatever they plow out of the way, they're going to have to go back and replow. We got some serious snow on the way for Beartooth Pass coming up Sunday night and a Monday and Tuesday. Another foot, maybe 2 feet of snow on Beartooth Pass. So, let's not get too eager, Montana, to get that pass open. National Park Service comes from the other end as Montana plows their way from the north. Yellowstone National Park snowplows begin plowing from their end from the south. Now, they're not in such a hurry. They haven't begun yet, and they won't for a while yet. Not necessarily, as Andrew told us earlier today, because the National Park Service listens to the weather forecast. More to do with the fact that NPS, the Park Service, Yellowstone folks have a lot of other roads to plow before they ever get to Beartooth. Beartooth Highway is lower on the priority list. They're trying to get other roads open, including, the whole grand, what do they call that? The tour that you do, I forget what the Grand Loop. Yeah, I guess is what it's called. They want to clear some other roads in Yellowstone, some of the more important roads, and then get to the mountain passes. So NPS has not begun on their end, but Yellowstone has been at it, or Montana has been at it for since April 18th, and it is a bear to clear Beartooth. I mean, we got some video that you can watch on YouTube, Beartooth Highway cleaning, and it's fun if that kind of stuff if you like to watch that to sort of relax, if that's zen for you to watch snow plows and snow blowers move snow up on Beartooth, I guess it's all kinds of zen. Yeah, Beartooth ranges from 5,200 feet up to almost 11,000, 10,947. Ooh, I mean, that's high, and you're going to see significant snow, just about a guarantee, coming up early next week on Beartooth. So don't get too eager, Montana. Don't get ahead of yourselves. You got snow on the way, more snow on the way for Beartooth. Good story, though, from Andrew Rossi, combined with Don Day's weather forecast on the annual plowing of Beartooth every spring. Mark Hines has a pretty cool story on proposed limits for landowner hunting tags. It's hunters are worried, more so landowners, private landowners are worried that they'll be doled out less elk tags, for instance, because a proposed change by Wyoming Game and Fish and by the state would make landowners have to own more land for the same amount of elk permits. So in other words, landowners can receive private elk tags for private hunting on their property. That can be done by the landowner and their family. It can also be auctioned or sold off by the landowner if they want to sell those elk tags. But a proposal to boost the number of acres required to get those hunting tags has some worried. For instance, you're looking at change that would require landowners to own up to 640 acres instead of 160. That's a lot of acreage. And some landowners who own, less than 640 acres say that's not fair for their own family, generational kind of stuff. One landowner, Ken Ball, owns 400 acres south of Glen Rock, and he says it's a generational thing. My daughter grew up thinking she was going to have access to those tags along with her soon-to-be husband. That's not fair. Kevin Christofferson also chimed in on the story. He owns 490 acres in the Box Elder Canyon area south of Glen Rock, and that would not be enough for landowner elk tags. So some not too pleased with the proposed changes. Mark Hines has more on that, and you can read it in the Cowboy State Daily. We covered a lot of ground on this Friday, including fear the robots will one day take over. What happens when AI systems become conscious? Should they be given the rights that humans have? I am scared about the future when it comes to AI, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. Let's take a weekend and think about it. Plot our response, our defense to the battle of the robots versus humans. Other stories we covered today. Read the Room. NIL for high schoolers. We hate everything about paying college athletes. Now we want to pay high school kids to play ball. That story we talked about. Teacher emails advice on LGBTQ websites for a transitioning student. That happened in Rock Springs. Harriet Hageman returns to in-person town halls. How did it go? And Charlie Kirk preaching to the choir at UW last night. These stories and more on Cowboy State Daily Friday. Y'all have a great weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.